Chapter 1958. The meaning of this personal interrogation was definitely a completely different concept to the outside and inside the Dragon Palace. Perhaps only the people inside the Dragon Palace could understand this point. That's right, I just want to interrogate them properly. The sect master of Blue Cloud sect punched the last remaining tooth in the Thousand Demon sect master's mouth and sent it flying. Then, she turned around and agreed with the words of the Yin-Yang Demon School sect master. As soon as she finished speaking, a bunch of voices of agreement immediately followed. The sect master of Blue Cloud sect agreed with the Yin-Yang Demon School sect master's opinion without hesitation. There were actually people from other demon sects, demon clans and rogue cultivators alliance who agreed. This was probably the first time in the spiritual realm. But now everyone was interrogating the criminal together. They were so happy that they actually achieved such a result. After the sect master of Qianquan's sect punched out fiercely, he twisted his neck a few times in an exaggerated manner, making a series of cracking sounds. He blurted out a praise, satisfying, "This is even more satisfying than taking a bath and massaging." After saying that, he punched out fiercely again. Then, he turned around and did a standard 720-degree whirlwind kick. The Murong sisters did not let Yang Chen wait for long. To be exact, they did not let the sect masters wait for long. In just half an incense's time, the Murong sisters were riding on the back of the dragon puppet. The dragon claws grabbed the Holocaust sect master and the Great Elder and flew back to the Dragon Palace. Just as he put down the two captives who had completely lost their combat power, Murong Han was shocked to see his always serious master making an exaggerated downward kick in the air, causing the huge body inside to cave in. Although he was kicking, Sect Master Chui was still yelling non-stop. His extremely satisfying voice coupled with the rich expression on his face made Murong Han dumbfounded. Murong Yen was also dumbfounded. She was staring at the Black Heaven sect masterly, who was torturing the same target with a series of extremely fast and lifelike punches. Murong Bai, who was next to him, was stunned to find that the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, who had always been a lady of a noble family, was lifting her skirt with one hand and taking turns to kick the rotten meat. "Yang Chen, feed me another one. I haven't had enough yet." The sect leader of Wuji Demon School of the Demon Sect yelled and danced with amazing butterfly step. He held a brick-like object in each of his hands and slammed it on the piece of meat with both hands. The Murong sisters did not know what to say. Finally, it was Yang Chen who spoke up in time to help them out of their predicament. "Hurry up and go. If the leader of the Tri-River Alliance is here, the seniors will need to interrogate him personally. Go. Hurry up, hurry up." Sect Master Chui finally raised his head to look at the Murong sisters. He then waved his hand and instructed his beloved disciples, "Remember to capture them and send them over as soon as possible." The 5 Murong sisters had an expression of holding back their laughter. They solemnly agreed and quickly manipulated the dragon puppet to leave the Dragon Palace and flew to the mountain gate of the Tri-River Alliance. However, as soon as they flew out of the Dragon Palace, the 5 women could no longer hold back their laughter. They bent over and laughed wildly. Their bell-like laughter spread all the way. The sect leader and the Great Elder of the Holocaust sect were also captured. This meant that this battle had already been won by 90%. Only the people of the Tri-River Alliance were left. No matter how powerful they could not make any wave. At most, they could only rely on the arrangement of the local mountain gate to resist for a while. However, in the face of the golden immortal intermediate stage dragon puppet, the final outcome was only a matter of time. In this case, it was understandable that the sect leaders were so unrestrained. Usually they were all serious big shot. It was rare to have this kind of moment where everyone collectively went crazy. As Yang Chen said, it was necessary to have a good idea and be in a good mood. Yang Chen had good eyesight. Without saying much, he sent 2 6th-grade merit Ganoderma jade pills to the master and great elder of the Holocaust sect, who were lying on the ground, directly into their mouths. At the same time, he did not forget to feed the Thousand Demons sect leader, who had turned into a pile of rotten meat. Now that there were 3 targets, everyone's interest was piqued. They were divided into 3 groups. Each group had a few sect leaders to take care of. Now that there was no need for Fatty Jing to suppress them, the sect leaders had already restrained them. The 3 fellows had become the targets for the sect leaders to vent their anger on. In just a moment, the 3 fellows no longer had any shape and could no longer be seen. The one who attacked the most ruthlessly was the great elder of the vast origin cave. He held a mace in his hand and shouted every time he hit the ground. Cave Master is injured and is currently recuperating. What's wrong? If it wasn't for you, why would this old man be suspected? If the Cave Master doesn't come, then he's a suspect? This old man has never suffered this kind of humiliation in my entire life. Sentence by sentence, the great elder of the vast origin cave seemed to want to take revenge for the injustice he had suffered on the 3 of them. Not long ago, he was too aggrieved. Just because the cave master did not come, the great elder of the vast origin cave was also faintly ostracized by others. He had to vent his anger no matter what. Only then did Yang Chun know that the vast origin cave master was seriously injured and was recuperating. He didn't know how serious the injury was, but he probably used his own combination of pills. In this situation, it was fine if the great elder didn't come, but he was implicated by the Blood Holocaust sect for no reason. No wonder he was so desperate. If it was Yang Chun himself, he would also vent his anger if he had the chance. This time, the sect leaders were really satisfied. Among the main culprits, other than the alliance leader of the 3 River Alliance, the others were being personally interrogated by them. Was there anything more delightful than this? All of them were in a good mood. Just like what Yang Chun said, their thoughts were all clear. Seniors, this palace is really not bad. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yang Chun pretended to look at the palace group of the Dragon Palace, while intentionally shouting at the sect masters. The people of this younger generation junior also like it very much. It just happens that this younger generation junior still lacks a place to stay in the Immortal's cave. It is better to give this to this younger generation junior. Alright. It belongs to you. Sect leader Li of the Mystic Heavens sect shouted without hesitation. Wasn't it clear what Yang Chen's intention was? Sect leader Li was naturally the first to agree. Wasn't it just a cave abode that might be the Dragon Palace? Yang Chun had made such a huge contribution, it was only right to reward him with a Dragon Palace. Otherwise, everyone would be annihilated. Anyway, Yang Chen's shout was also at the right time. Elder Li regarded it as his own happy self and agreed. Under this situation, would there be anyone who disagreed? Since the 3 River Alliance, the Holocaust sect and the Thousand Demons sect were annihilated, there had to be rewards. Since Yang Chun was interested in this Dragon Palace, why not give it to him as a reward? Chapter 1959. Just as Sect Master Li expected, everyone at the scene actually owed Yang Chun a huge favor just now. Elder Li had just casually agreed under the guise of feeling good, and the other sect masters also took advantage of the situation and used the same opportunity to agree. Even though the sect masters were unrestrained on the surface, their hearts were as clear as a mirror. Just like how the great elder of vast origin cave had said that he would beat him up once he said that. That was not for the Holocaust sect leader and the Thousand Demons sect leader to hear, but for the other sect leaders to hear. The ones who had wronged him were not the Holocaust sect leader and the Thousand Demons sect leader, but the other sect leaders who had not believed him. There was no doubt that Yang Chun was related to the Dragon Clan, so his request for the Dragon Palace was also within everyone's expectations. To the sect masters, Yang Chun obtaining the Dragon Palace was more reassuring than any other sect. The special thing about the Dragon Palace was that there was a dragon trapping array on the plaza. and this dragon trapping array could actually trap a golden immortal intermediate stage dragon puppet, making it impossible for it to move. The sect masters had tasted it before, so they naturally knew how powerful it was. It was obvious that this dragon palace was the natural enemy of the dragon puppet. If it was allowed, every sect would want to obtain this immortal cave treasure. But everyone knew that this was impossible. Other than Five Element sect, any other sect that obtained the Dragon Palace would naturally be standing on the opposite side of Five Element sect. The dragon puppet was a strategic weapon that was now Five Element sect's treasure. At least before the Murong sisters ascended, with the dragon puppet, Five Element sect would be safe and wouldn't be threatened by any other sect, not even the Zhao family. But if they had this dragon palace, they would have a way to restrain the dragon puppet. Five Element sect would never allow a super sect to control this immortal cave treasure and suppress Five Element sect. If such a thing really happened after the Three River Alliance incident, Five Element sect and some other sect would definitely fight to the death. It might even involve the entire Dao sect. The other sect could not do it, and neither could the Five Elements school. The other sect would never tolerate the Five Elements sect possessing the dragon puppet and occupying the dragon palace that could restrain the dragon puppet. If that happened, the Five Elements sect would immediately become a great threat to all the other sects. One day, the Five Elements sect might become the public enemy of the second super sect besides the Zhao family. Since none of the sect members were suitable to control such a powerful weapon, Yang Chen, who had a good relationship with everyone, became the first choice. He was also a target that everyone was willing to trust. Yang Chen was very suitable. His wives and concubines belonged to the five major sects of the Dao sect. Now, Yang Chen would not be biased towards any sect, nor would he be an enemy of that sect. In particular, Yang Chen's concubines, the Murong sisters, were in control of the dragon puppet, so it made sense that the dragon trapping array was in Yang Chen's hands. For the Dao sect, the dragon puppet, a powerful weapon, and the dragon trapping array that could restrain the dragon puppet were in the hands of the people of the Dao sect. This was obviously in line with the interests of the entire Dao sect. For the demon sect, the demon clan, and the rogue cultivators alliance, it was obviously more acceptable for Yang Chen to control it than any other super sect. Moreover, everyone knew that the actual controller of the Dragon Palace was Yang Chen. Even if they didn't give it to him, would Yang Chen take the initiative to hand it over? Therefore, for these reasons, everyone tacitly gave the Dragon Palace to Yang Chen. In this way, there would not be any dispute, and it was a happy ending for everyone. Although Yang Chen had actually controlled the Dragon Palace, since it was obtained in such a large-scale battle, it was reasonable for him to keep it in his hands. Just now, when everyone was happy, he mentioned this sentence and naturally got the agreement of all the sect masters. It was justifiable for him to take the Dragon Palace, and no one could say a word of objection. If anyone was dissatisfied, they could argue with the sect masters of the major sect. Not many people would have the guts to do so. Not only was Yang Chen happy, but Yang Chen's wives and concubines were also happy. Obtaining this wood element dragon palace meant that Yang Chen had gathered 4 of the 5 elements dragon palace, and only the metal element dragon palace was left. However, since he had succeeded in obtaining 4 of the 5 elements, would the last one be far behind? The dragon puppet was indeed a strategic weapon. At least on the battlefield, no cultivator dared to take the initiative to attack the dragon puppet. The Murong sisters easily controlled the dragon puppet to fly to the mountain gate of the Three River Alliance. After killing and questioning a few experts of the Blue Cloud sect, the Murong sisters returned to the Dragon Palace with the 2 core elders of the Three River Alliance. Unfortunately, the leader of the Three River Alliance had disappeared without a trace. Although the area had been sealed, it didn't mean there was no way to escape. The seal was tight, but it was impossible to completely seal the underground. If one had the intention, they could have gone thousands of miles underground, like how Yang Chun searched for the Fire Dragon Palace. No matter how powerful the array was, it wouldn't have been able to reach that place. Ordinary cultivators could not escape because they were constantly entangled by experts in the battlefield. However, the leader of the Three River Alliance was heavily protected. Seeing that the dragon puppet was trapped and then reappeared, the leader knew that the situation was hopeless, so he decisively left a substitute and escaped alone. One should know that this was the mountain gate of the Three River Alliance. There were countless disciples in the Three River Alliance, not just Xian Immortal-level disciples. This time, the disciples of the Three River Alliance below the Heaven Immortal level didn't appear because they hid in a spatial magic treasure. The leader escaped alone because he wanted to use the Xian Immortal disciples to entangle the experts of the other sect to escape with this group of disciples. These were all seeds, and there was still a chance for them to rise again in the future. Even if the Three River Alliance could no longer stand, these hundreds of thousands of human immortal and earth immortal disciples were still a huge resource for the Zhao family. In such a big battle, no matter how confident they were, they had to plan for the worst. This was the decision made by the Three River Alliance when they knew that they would have to face the alliance of the other major sect, and it was also the last method to preserve their strength. It was impossible to truly wipe out a sect in a short period of time, especially when the Three River Alliance had the backing of the Zhao family. Regarding this, not only some of the core members of the Three River Alliance knew this, but even the sect leaders of the other major sect knew this very well. This battle was said to wipe out the Three River Alliance, but in reality, it was mainly to wipe out the top forces of the Three River Alliance. Without these experts, no matter how many ordinary disciples the Three River Alliance had, it would still be a second-rate sect, even worse than the current Chunyang Palace. When they saw the two core elders of the Three River Alliance, the sect leaders knew that it was impossible to capture the leader of the Three River Alliance. Chapter 1960. Eliminating the core strength of the Three River Alliance was the basic battle goal that everyone had set at the beginning of the battle. Other than this, being able to expand the results of the battle was one point. No one asked for more. During the period of waiting, the various sect leaders had already vented their frustrations on the Thousand Goblins sect leader, the Holocaust sect leader and the Great Elder. When the Murong sisters arrived with the two core elders of the Three River Alliance, the various sect leaders had already regained their sage-like appearances. They were no longer as inconceivable as before. However, what surprised Yang Chun and the girls was that venting really made the sect leaders feel better. In less than 2 hours of venting, there were actually 3 sect leaders whose divine sense cultivation increased by a small realm, and 4 sect leaders' spiritual power cultivation increased by a small realm, including the vast Origin Cave's Great Elder. Such a miraculous effect made these great figures, who had never hit their enemies with their fists and never enjoyed this kind of hearty trampling on their enemies, extremely surprised. If they knew there would be such an outcome, they might have done it a long time ago. Everyone looked at Yang Chen with a rather strange gaze. No wonder Yang Chen was able to recover his cultivation in just a few hundred years after being crippled. He really had some skill. Yang Chen was also abnormally speechless. Who knew that a small joke would cause such an outcome? This ending was really not Yang Chen's original intention, but he couldn't explain himself even if he had a whole body full of mouths. He could only bite the bullet and accept this unintentional little credit. The entire battle situation was considered to be basically stable now. The dragon puppet attacked again, and the experts of the Zhao family were retreating again and again, with almost no strength to fight back. However, they were Xian immortal experts after all, so they couldn't be killed so easily. Moreover, these guys knew that they would die for sure, so they counterattacked and killed many experts of the various big sects. Finally, with the dragon puppet's presence, after killing a few of the Zhao family's most stubborn resistance, the Zhao family's arrangement in the Tri-River Alliance was completely lost, and there was no possibility of a comeback. Next, it was time to clean up the last batch of struggling experts, and then place a bounty on the heads of the Three River Alliance's disciples in the spiritual realm. The former might take more than a month, while the latter might last for hundreds of years or even longer. Of course, there was another important event, and it was to clear out all the mysterious Immortal Realm demon beasts that were encircled in the battlefield. Although these demonic beasts weren't directly under the command of the Zhao family, they didn't attack the masters of the Zhao family. They only targeted the disciples of the major sect. Obviously, they were accomplices of the Zhao family and couldn't be left alive. However, their main target was the cultivators. The monsters could be dealt with later. Every sect's focus was the same, but Yang Chen wouldn't do that. If he didn't seize such a good opportunity, wouldn't it be a waste of God's arrangement? Ling, open the Mountain River geographical map and let a few monsters in at any time. Yang Chen pointed to Gong Sunling. As long as you go in, let Lin Jingyuan and Elder Bug attack, and kill as many as you can. There are so many corpses of mysterious Immortal Realm demon beasts. Refining them into the Mountain River geographical map would be beneficial. Gong Sunling was only a human immortal now, so it was obviously impossible for her to take the initiative to put a mysterious immortal expert into the Mountain River geographical map. However, Gong Sunling could open the Mountain River geographical map and simulate the same environment as the outside world. It was beyond Gong Sunling's power to take the mysterious immortal experts into the Mountain River geographical map, but it was possible for these experts to rush in. As long as they entered the Mountain River geographical map, it was not up to them. Gong Sunling could move them to the place she wanted them to appear at any time. The reason why she wanted to kill them quickly was because she was afraid that these guys would gather too much power and might destroy the Mountain River geographical map. Of course, the corpses of dead demon beasts and experts were good things that could supplement the nutrition of the Mountain River geographical map. Gong Sunling did not hesitate to follow Yang Chen's instructions. Fatty Jing, Mu Bo and the others happily followed into the Mountain River geographical map. Even Yang Chen's other wives and concubines were no exception. There were not many opportunities to fight with mysterious immortal experts. Even if it was not a decisive force, as long as they could participate, there would be huge gains. Yang Chen guided Gong Sunling in front of the sect masters, without the slightest intention of avoiding them. For Yang Chen's little thoughts, none of the sect masters cared. Even the biggest dragon palace was given to Yang Chen, what was a few demon beasts' corpses. Moreover, after the cultivators killed the demon beasts, they would certainly collect the corpses. If Gong Sunling wanted to collect the demon beasts' corpses, she could only kill them herself. This was the capture of the winner. It was in line with the rules, and no one would object. Sect Master Li could no longer suppress the smile on his face. The Three River Alliance was about to be destroyed, and it also meant that as the sect master of Xiantian sect, he once again showed his power and made great contributions. In front of the cultivators, Elder Li, the leader, had completely established his authority and reputation. From then on, when people mentioned the sect master of Xiantian sect, they no longer needed to specifically refer to sect Master Li. As long as the sect master of Xiantian sect was mentioned, it referred to sect Master Li Lihiyu. No one else could confuse it, not even sect Master Wang who had ascended. Think about it, since the founding of Xiantian sect, no sect master had been able to achieve the great achievement of destroying 3 super sect in one battle. But now Lihiyu had done it. His achievements were high, and his reputation was so great that no one could match him. Not to say that there would be no one in the future, but it could be called unprecedented. Perhaps such achievements could catch up to the current Jade Emperor who controlled the heavenly court. All of this seemed to have been brought about by his disciple, Yang Chen. This time, Yang Chen not only provided sect Master Li with an opportunity to destroy the Three River Alliance, but also saved everyone's lives and future at a critical moment. It could almost be said that he had saved the cultivators of the entire spiritual realm. Not only that, Yang Chen also decisively took the opportunity to take the dragon trapping array. What was the difference between this array in the hands of Yang Chen and in the hands of Sect Masterly? Would Sect Masterly refuse to use Yang Chen if he wanted to? For the other Sect Masters, Yang Chen had already obtained the Dragon Palace and received the reward he deserved, but for Sect Masterly, this was far from enough. Sect Masterly was now a little worried about what good thing he should use to reward his outstanding junior. This was really a happy worry, wasn't it? It was different from what Sect Masterly was thinking about. Sect Masterly had to worry about how to reward and how to end things. How to distribute the territories of the three sect in the future were very complicated things. But Yang Chen only needed to think about how to get greater benefits from this incident. The leader of the Three River Alliance who had escaped seemed to be the greatest benefit. As long as he found him, he didn't have to worry about the greatest benefits not falling on him. Yang Chen's mind was already thinking about the most likely place for the leader of the Three River Alliance to stay. Chapter 1961. Of course, the benefits in the future were all in the future. The important thing now was to get the benefits in front of him first. The Wood Dragon Palace was in front of him. He had to collect it first. Xiao Tian and the Dragon Pagoda could barely control the entry and exit of the Dragon Palace temporarily. It would take a long time to make the Dragon Palace his. Fortunately, he could forcibly place a spiritual sense imprint for the time being. After collecting it, he could slowly find time to refine it. The Zhao clan actually made a dragon palace. Yang Chen was a little puzzled. It seemed that he had to talk to Aolan about some things. As for Aolai, that fellow came to the spiritual world at the same time as Yang Chen. He probably also did not understand the situation. Xiao Tian was working, so Yang Chen did not disturb him. Anyway, Xiao Tian's desire for the Dragon Palace was no worse than Yang Chen. Didn't you see that they were drooling together at that time? Only the poor Long Xian knew that he was not qualified. He honestly carried Yang Chen's merit. Anyway, with this merit steal, it was enough for him to eat for a lifetime. He did not know how the other Swanee were, but Long Xian was very clear that the merits recorded on his steal were almost motionless. The bottleneck was his cultivation, not Yang Chen's merits. Right now, he just had to work hard to improve his cultivation. The girls were now obedient to Yang Chen's instructions. There was no other reason. So far, they had not found that Yang Chen's opinions were wrong. Gong Sunling was now following Yang Chen's instructions. She opened the Mountain River geographical map to a limited extent and then distributed it within a certain range. As long as any cultivator or demonic beast was within this range, they could freely enter the Mountain River geographical map. After all, she was just a human immortal. Even if the Mountain River geographical map was a magic treasure of the dragon race, the master's cultivation was too low. It still limited its performance. It was almost impossible to take the initiative to collect Xian Immortal Expert. Unless they were seriously injured and their strength was affected, they could only use this method of waiting. However, there were too many Xian Immortal Masters on the huge battlefield. Tens of thousands of Xian Immortal Masters and more Celestial Immortal Masters would always enter a certain area unknowingly in the battle and then fall into the control of Gongsun Ling. For the masters of the major sects, Gongsun Ling would let them go, but as long as it was the people of the Zhao family or those monsters, it would not be polite, it would be directly sent to the appropriate place, and then there would be a large group of people who were afraid of the world not being in chaos, they would swarm up and attack. Apart from Zhou Xianying, the rest of the girls were at the human immortal stage. Among his friends, only Fatty Jing had reached the heaven immortal stage. In addition to Yang Chen's disciple, everyone needed this kind of rare combat experience. Anyway, in the Mountain River geographical map, there were the women's bodyguards, the 6 Xian Immortal Great Demons, the suppression of the Mountain River geographical map, the omnipresent sound assistance of Zhou Xianying and Fatty Jing, who couldn't beat but could still withstand the beating. Almost none of the masters who came in could escape the result of being bullied to the extreme by a group of juniors. Ordinary heaven immortal experts were directly suppressed by Fatty Jing and Zhou Xianying. With the assistance of others, they could always fight evenly. As for the Xian immortal experts, the great demons would first greet them. After they were injured, everyone would swarm them together. Even during the battle, Gong Sunling would ensure that Lin Jingyuan could be moved into the battle circle at any time. As long as anyone was in danger, Lin Jingyuan would appear and kill any opponent in an instant. For any cultivator, being able to fight with masters who were 3 realms above them was indescribable for them. Even if they were facing an injured Xian immortal expert, they were still a Xian immortal expert after all. After facing less than 10 Xian immortal experts, Lan Ning, an old tree demon, had already had great insights and directly went into seclusion. Although the others had not reached that point, everyone could feel their own progress. Zhou Xianying's sense of existence was very low these days. Her cultivation base was the highest, and she didn't want to stand out among the women, so she was very low-key. But when it came to the real battle, everyone could realize her horror. The heavenly phoenix zither was re-refined by Big Brother Li Qing, adding several materials made from the body of the Dragon Clan, and its power was directly doubled. It was the foundation of a first-class magic weapon. After this refining, it was like a tiger with wings. In the hands of Zhou Xianying, it was simply invincible. At the most ruthless time, Zhou Xianying could even fight against a master in the early Xian immortal stage with her 4th-grade heaven immortal cultivation base. The strength of her cultivation base made people dumbfounded. Shi Shanshan was always a one-hit kill. For a heaven immortal expert, as long as the other party was careless, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. Even against a Xian immortal expert, the supreme pure yang sword qi could more or less leave a clear wound on the other party. The strength of the attack power was unparalleled. Relatively speaking, the performance of the other women was slightly mediocre. But even if everyone felt that their performance was not good, if it was released to the outside world, it would definitely make countless people's jaws break. Whether it was Gao Yu's dragon horn flying sword and 100 spirits battle armor, Sun Qingshue's ultimate demonic vine doppelganger, or Tao Junkie's natal magic weapon, they all left a very deep impression on everyone. Who had ever seen a cultivator with a human immortal cultivation base, who could withstand the attack of a heaven immortal or even a Xian immortal expert for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense? Usually, when these two kinds of cultivators with great disparity in strength met, the human immortal junior would only be killed in seconds. Ho Yun, on the other hand, had always been strong and heavy. The big stick in his hand had completely integrated with the tail over the years, almost becoming a part of his body. Later, he plundered a lot of good things from the Wanbao Tower, which was carefully re-refined by Gao Yu. Whether it was the weight or the quality, it had been improved by several realms. When the stick smashed down, even if it was a heaven immortal expert, if he did not use the spiritual power of his whole body to resist, it would not be good. The old tree demon Shi Kuei, Xiesha and Lan Ning all had the same style, savage and fierce. Lan Ning also had a kind of extreme ruthlessness that others did not have. These monster race friends of Yang Chen, under these years of experience, their strength had improved slightly, but their real combat effectiveness had increased exponentially. With their human immortal late-stage cultivation base, their combat effectiveness was already on par with the cultivators in the Earth immortal middle stage. The extreme ones like the old tree demon had even surpassed this level, and could even fight with the cultivators in the Earth immortal late stage. Needless to say, as long as he sacrificed the merit monument, even a Xian immortal master could not hurt him. Most of the time, Long Xian was alone in the front, and everyone followed behind to take advantage. Everyone cooperated with an unusual tacit understanding. On the battlefield, there were only a few juniors who did not belong to the major sect. Of course, Yang Chun could not stay in the Dragon Palace and wander around. He now had a new profession, the battlefield doctor. Chapter 1962. When it came to healing injuries quickly, even if all the pill refiners in the spiritual realm were added together, Yang Chun, who was only a grade 6 junior, would still be able to rank in the top 5. This was something that he had learned after treating countless experts and countless people's injuries. At first, Yang Chun only intended to take advantage of the situation, but when he thought of the profound Heaven Sect's great elder and the others who had fought hard not long ago, almost all of them were seriously injured. Looking at the good cooperation along the way, and in order to further give a good impression to the profound Heaven Sect's higher-ups, Yang Chun naturally rushed out to save them. Fortunately, at the very beginning, when the big sect was trying to hide their strength and lure out the Zhao family, the great elder and the others' bitter battle was seen by many people. Therefore, even though they were ambushed by countless experts from the inside and were seriously injured, they were still rescued by the nearby cultivators who were on the same front line. Due to some unspeakable reason, the great elder and the others had the 6th Revolution Virtue Ganoderma Jade Pill refined by Yang Chun. No matter how serious their injuries were, they were stabilized in time and none of them died. In this situation, the cultivators who were fighting could only temporarily send them to a safe place. As for treatment, that would have to wait until the battle was over. After the sect masters dealt with the Holocaust sect's sect master and the Thousand Demon sect's sect master, the first thing Yang Chun thought of was to treat the Heaven Dipper realm experts. Before, they had indeed paid a huge price. After taking 2,000-year pills, some of them had been seriously injured twice in a short period of time. Even if their injuries were temporarily stabilized, it was still not optimistic. Of course, as long as they were next to Yang Chun, everyone could confidently say that their lives were saved and their injuries would not be a problem. Yang Chun had this confidence, and it just so happened that everyone else believed this. The great elder and the others were naturally very willing to let Yang Chun treat them. The 2,000-year pills had not been completely refined, and their injuries needed to be completely healed. The 1,000-year pills were originally provided by Yang Chun, so whoever started the trouble had to solve it. There was probably no one better than Yang Chun at treating the problems caused by the 1,000-year pills. Yang Chun took the responsibility and began to treat the great elder and the others. If 1/6 Revolution Merit Ganoderma J-Do pill was not enough, he could add another one. The after-effects of the 1,000-year pill weren't too great. It was just that he had taken 2 in such a short period of time and was heavily injured in between, so he suffered some spiritual energy backlash. With the addition of a marrow accumulation pill, he would be fine. As for the lack of mental cultivation caused by the sudden advancement of spiritual power cultivation, a questioning inner heart pill could also solve a little bit, and the rest needed time to slowly make up. In short, it was a completely different way of using medicinal pills in a different environment. In order to stay in the spirit realm, the Grand Elder and the others had made ample preparations a long time ago, so they naturally didn't have to face the sudden heavenly tribulation. In short, with Yang Chun around, everything was normal. Sect Master Li saw all this in his eyes, and he was very pleased in his heart, but he said some words like, "There will be thanks in the future," to outsiders. The other sect masters also saw this scene, but they didn't think much about it. Yang Chun was originally a master of healing, so these sect masters naturally asked Yang Chun to treat the injured in their sect. Of course, Yang Chun wouldn't refuse a favor that was sent to him, and he readily agreed. Therefore, a flat ground outside the Dragon Palace became a place for Yang Chun to heal. As for why those injured people were not allowed to enter the Dragon Palace, it was the idea of several sect masters. Since the Dragon Palace had been promised to Yang Chun, he shouldn't let others see the situation inside, otherwise there would be other disturbances in the future. If he didn't let them see, they wouldn't have any thoughts that they shouldn't have. In the following time, Yang Chen became a doctor on the battlefield. The various sect masters had already instructed that if they felt that their injuries couldn't recover in a short time, they should come here to look for Master Yang Chen. Master Yang's reputation had attracted many injured people who came because of his reputation. Such a big scene of destruction and annihilation, and all the Xian Immortal level experts were participating. No one wanted to miss it because of their injuries. Many cultivators would rather owe more favors to participate in it. What's more, in this kind of battle scene, of course, the lighter the injuries, the better. It would be best if they could recover. Yang Chen was also very competent as the temporary battlefield doctor. Basically, as long as they came to him, the serious injuries were stabilized, and the light injuries were healed. Except for some broken limbs that couldn't be recovered directly, as long as the rest of the body was intact, they could lie down and walk out. Those Xian Immortal injured people weren't stingy. Anyway, they had the advantage on this battlefield. Be it beasts or cultivators killed, there were more or less gains. It wasn't known which of the injured people started to leave their spoils of war for Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't reject it even if he was firm. Later on, it became a practice. Every injured person left something for Yang Chen. After a few days, Yang Chen had already received hundreds of good quality items. The Zhao clan's cultivators had completely lost the possibility of turning the tables. Blood Holocaust sect master was captured, Thousand Demon sect master was captured, Three River Alliance master had escaped, the Zhao clan had lost its backbone. Under the joint attack of various experts, those who died, those who surrendered. After a few days, there was less than a quarter of their strength that was still resisting stubbornly. Facing the experts from various sect, these stubborn fellows were already destined to be defeated. It was just a matter of time. Some experts who couldn't squeeze in had already started to eliminate the beasts that were running around. These were all Xian Immortal level beasts. There were many benefits. After another 10 days, there were almost no Zhao clan cultivators left on the battlefield. Everyone was completely immersed in the battle of exterminating the beasts. With the suppression of the dragon puppet's aura, those beasts were like headless flies, running around aimlessly. Their combat power was reduced by at least 40%. This completely benefited the experts from all sides. Every one of them happily hunted the beasts. Every cultivator's face was filled with joy. The Battle of Three River Alliance finally came to an end, ending with the complete victory of all the major sects. Not only did this battle eliminate the core strength of Three River Alliance, but it also lured out the Hidden Blood Holocaust sect and Thousand Demon sect, killing all their experts in one fell swoop. The result was extremely glorious. In addition, this battle also created a few new records. This was the first time a super sect was eliminated in the spiritual realm, and it was 3 sects that were eliminated at once. The number of Xian Immortal cultivators who participated was the most, adding up to a few thousand. If the Xian Immortal beasts were included, the total number would be more than 20,000. The victory of all the major sect also meant a crushing defeat for the Zhao clan. This wasn't the kind of small failure he had suffered in the past. Instead, it had reached the point where his bones and tendons were hurt. No matter how big the Zhao clan was, such a huge loss was enough to make their leader's heart ache. Chapter 1963. The formation that sealed off the Three River Alliance had been completely released. The one that Holocaust sect and Thousand Demon sect had set up was destroyed by sect leader Li's Great Elder and the others. The entire Three River Alliance had now become an empty zone. Since this place was chosen by the Three River Alliance, a super sect, it was definitely a blessed land for cultivation. There were as many as 8 spirit veins of heaven immortal level, all of which were concentrated within a radius of 2,000 miles. In addition, there were hundreds of earth immortal and human immortal spiritual veins, all distributed within a radius of 5,000 to 6,000 miles. Of course, these were just the spiritual veins. There were thousands of mineral deposits around, which were all essential materials that cultivators urgently needed. As long as the Three River Alliance's foundation was slightly modified, it would become a super hen that laid golden eggs. Such a unique cultivation treasure land was definitely a good place that made people salivate with desire. The Three River Alliance had been destroyed, so this place naturally belonged to the major sect that participated in the battle. As for how to divide it, it would definitely require all parties to fight for it. Now was the time to divide the spoils. If there was only the Three River Alliance's territory, facing more than 20 super sect, it would be an awkward situation where there were too many wolves and not enough meat. Fortunately, the Holocaust sect and the 10,000 Demon sect appeared along the way. These two super sects couldn't escape the fate of being annihilated. Therefore, their remaining sects would also be located in a place with good feng shui comparable to the Three River Alliance. In this way, the three super sects' territories were barely enough for 20 super sect to divide. Everyone could even choose a place that was suitable for them. If they were willing, they could even exchange some of the scattered subsidiary sects' territories with these spoils of war, hoping to obtain a complete large territory. The sect leaders of the major sect had already sent people to take over the territories of Holocaust sect and Thousand Demon sect. If the remaining disciples of those two sects were smart enough, they would not stay there and wait to be caught. Such a large territory was equivalent to falling into the hands of the major sect. At this point, the division of the spoils was no longer something that Yang Chen could participate in. The various sect leaders had yet to leave and were still gathered together, all for the subsequent division of loot. Since each sect was fighting for its own benefits, it didn't feel good to stay in any sect. After all, whichever sect was the host would have some moral and nominal benefits. They were all smart people, who would throw away the benefits that belonged to them for no reason. Therefore, in this situation, it was necessary to find a neutral place that everyone could trust, a place that was big enough, secretive enough, and suitable for everyone to negotiate. The Wood Dragon Palace, which had been temporarily taken over by Yang Chen and would soon be taken over, was obviously a suitable place. Firstly, it was sufficiently safe. Without Yang Chen's permission, only the combined forces of at least 100 Xian Immortal experts could enter. However, all the sect masters were inside. Which faction would dare to barge in so brazenly? In addition, the Murong sisters were controlling the dragon puppets to protect them. Who would dare to casually alarm the sect masters inside? The dragon puppets were protected in the Dragon Palace, but they were restricted by the dragon trapping array, so they would never pose a threat to the sect masters. As a disciple of the Chunyang Palace independent of the major sect, Yang Chen had a good relationship with all the major sects. Previously, Yang Chen's performance in the battle to destroy the Three River Alliance was also amazing. Everyone was willing to believe that Yang Chen would not be biased towards any side. Even if Yang Chen came from the Dao sect, his wives and concubines were all disciples of the Dao sect, so he would instinctively be biased towards the Dao sect. However, everyone also knew that Yang Chen also had an unclear relationship with Lady Fanghua of the Demon sect, which could make Yang Chen slightly impartial. Of course, more importantly, Yang Chen only guaranteed that everyone would not be disturbed when they were negotiating inside. He did not have the qualifications and strength to negotiate at the table. Everyone believed that Yang Chen could do it perfectly, and at the same time, he would not interfere with everyone's position. It was necessary to be secretive. No one could come in. Only the sect masters of the major sect knew what they were talking about. Wasn't that enough? As for Yang Chen's wives, concubines, disciples, and friends, they naturally did not need to be present during the negotiation. As long as Yang Chen's family served them, other outsiders would all be driven out. Naturally, the Wood Dragon Palace, which Yang Chen had yet to fully obtain, became the place for everyone to divide the spoils. All the irrelevant people such as Fatty Jing, Ho Yun, and others were driven out. Now that everything was over, there was no threat to their safety. They were directly asked by Yang Chen to take Mu Bo and Yi Yu to a place where they could gain experience. The demonic calamity of the spiritual realm was about to end, so they could not waste any time. The ones responsible for serving tea and serving in the Dragon Palace were Yang Chen's wives and concubines. All of them were female disciples of the Tao sects, which made the people of the demon sect uncomfortable. The sect master of Yin Yang Demon School had already expected this. When the battlefield was almost cleaned up, he called Lady Fanghua in advance. In addition to Yang Chen's wives and concubines, there were also Lady Fanghua from the demon sect and 30 beautiful female disciples. Of course, the demon sect masters were not satisfied, but there were few people in their sect who had a good relationship with Yang Chen. Lan Ying, a beauty from the demon sect, was collectively kept by several demon sect masters. They threw a lot of benefits to her and let her participate in the service team. It was not about the number of people, but the participation of the demon clan. Lan Ying also became the only disciple of the Chunyang Palace who could stay in addition to Yang Chen's family. Only the individual cultivator alliance suffered a loss. Although they were not convinced, the individual cultivator alliance could not come up with a few female disciples who had a close relationship with Yang Chen. They could only grit their teeth and accept this loss. Several alliance masters secretly vowed that after this, they would send a few female disciples to communicate with Yang Chen, so as not to suffer a loss on this occasion. Before the looting started, there was already another dispute. Because of what happened in the past, the Murong sisters had been accepted as pro-disciples by Sect Master Chui of the Five Elements sect. Similarly, Sect Master Li of the Xiantian sect also accepted Tao Junqi as a pro-disciple. As for the other women, they still maintained their previous identities and did not change. How could this be? Everyone could see the current role of Yang Chen. Not to mention anything else, just his future achievements in alchemy were worth everyone's hard-earned capital to recruit him. How to recruit others, if his wives and concubines were so close to him? Was there still a need to go far? Immediately, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue and Shi Wushuang were forcibly accepted as pro-disciples by the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect, and the sect master of the Qiankuan sect. They were all Yang Chen's wives and concubines. They couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other, right? The people of the demon sect were not willing to lag behind. Lady Fanghua was immediately accepted as a pro-disciple by the sect master of the Yin Yang Demon School. She was already an elder of the Yin Yang Demon School, so her status was greatly increased. Chapter 1964. The series of disciples made Yang Chen's family stunned. This was not the end. The Tao sects and demon sects made such a move, and the monster race was no exception. Lan Ying and Yang Chen had a very good relationship. Although they were not close to the point of being a family, they were only a little bit apart. The most important thing was that everyone knew the news from the mortal world. Lan Ying, this little octopus, was the savior of Yang Chen in the mortal world. This alone could make Yang Chen never deviate from Lan Ying. Several monster race sect masters also wanted to pull Lan Ying into their sect. What was the point of giving her a pro-disciple? Unfortunately, Lan Ying was already a person of Chunyang Palace. At this time, if she was asked to betray the sect, it would not be to build a relationship with Yang Chen, but to draw hatred. However, these big shots also had their own ways. Couldn't they let Lan Ying change her sect? Then I can't accept an adopted daughter anymore, can I? Under the incredible eyes of Lan Ying, who couldn't believe it, Lan Ying was accepted as an adopted daughter by several monster race sect masters at the same time. At this time, even if Lan Ying was an unarmed native, it was estimated that few cultivators would dare to move casually. What did it mean to reach the sky in a single bound? It referred to the current situation of Lan Ying. In the end, everyone was indirectly fighting for Yang Chen. On the one hand, Yang Chen was an alchemy master with unlimited achievements in the future. On the other hand, Yang Chen now had the only magic weapon and array that could restrain the dragon puppet. The latter part was the most crucial point. Otherwise, just an alchemist with boundless prospects wouldn't be worth the effort of so many super sect masters. Everyone was well aware of this, but everyone tacitly did not mention it. They just took advantage of the fact that the identity of the people who served here was almost the same. Yang Chen could only accept this with a wry smile in his heart. He didn't care about the identity of his wives and concubines. They were all a family, there was no need to be so clear. On the other hand, after the initial shock, all of the women couldn't hide their surprise. The other happiest person was sect leader Li of the Black Heaven sect. Who knew Yang Chen's identity better than him? Who would have known that the alchemist that these fellows spared no effort to rope in was actually the junior that they were most proud of? However, there was one thing that sect Master Li had to consider. He and Yang Chen were separated by seniority. Now, Yang Chen and his concubine Tao Junki were separated by seniority. Although most cultivators didn't care about this, and it was normal for master and disciple to cultivate together, such as Yang Chen and Gao Yu, it still sounded awkward after all. Should he find a time to accept Yang Chen as a secret personal disciple as well? That way, their relationship would be closer. The main hall of the Dragon Palace was big enough to accommodate 20 sect leaders. All the tables and chairs were available in the Dragon Palace, and they could be used directly. Right in the middle of the spacious and dazzling hall, there was a huge round table. All the sect masters sat around the round table, and there was no need for them to sit at the top or the bottom. This was just right. The women also took out the same attitude as they served Yang Chen to serve these sect masters. Anyway, they were all big figures, and they were all elders in terms of seniority, so there was no such thing as losing face. The palace feast cooked by the women of Yin Yang Demon School and the after-meal snacks carefully cooked by Gong Sunling won the unanimous praise of the sect masters. Shi Shanshan's fragrant tea and Sun Qingshue's wine also received unanimous praise. After eating and drinking, the women left the main hall far away, and the sect masters began to formally divide the spoils. Even if it was evenly distributed, the 3 super sect could let the 20 super sect get nearly 1/6 of the territory and resources to expand. No matter which sect master it was, this was a solid merit for the sect to be carried forward, and no one would easily let it go. At first, everyone was still reserved. Those who liked to drink tea sip tea, and those who liked to drink wine tasted light wine. Listening to the beautiful sound of Zhou Xianying's zither everywhere, the conversation was still peaceful. However, this modest and gentlemanly style didn't last long, and it quickly changed. This was a negotiation where everyone fought for their own benefit. Who had ever seen a gentle gentleman or a delicate lady who could bully others win against a hooligan and a scoundrel? They were all big figures who commanded an area, and their words were the law. Before they became big figures, they had already killed countless enemies in the open and in the dark. They were all old fellows who were more treacherous than the most cunning corrupt officials in the mortal world, who would give up the benefits they were supposed to get just because of a little bit of their image. The person who had been a sect master for the shortest period of time was Black Heaven Sect's sect Master Li. Other than sect Master Li, who hadn't been in charge of a sect for at least 1,000 to 2,000 years. They were used to being respected, so how could they tolerate the rude and sarcastic remarks during a fight? Moreover, when everyone was beating up Thousand Demon Sect Master and Holocaust Sect Master, they were at their most embarrassing moments. Who hadn't seen each other before? At this time, how could they still be gentle, polite, and thrifty? All of them rolled up their sleeves, slammed the table, kicked the chair, pointed at the other party, and scolded them. Think about why they aren't affected by your music. Yang Chen seemed to have expected this. He didn't even look at them. He sat beside Zhou Xianying, who was playing the guqin. As he smelled the fragrance on Zhou Xianying's body, he listened to Zhou Xianying's music and reminded her, If you understand it, your music will be even more powerful in the future. At the beginning of the negotiation, Zhou Xianying played a calming tune. With Zhou Xianying's attainments in sound technique, it should have been easy for her to calm everyone down. However, an accident happened at this time. The sound of the zither was still a calm tune, but which of the sect masters inside were calm and composed? Zhou Xianying's cultivation was similar to those sect masters, but they didn't get rid of the influence of Zhou Xianying's music so easily. Zhou Xianying was naturally puzzled. Could it be that a fight was more important than cultivation? Yang Chun just happened to be there. He could let Zhou Xianying understand more about this and know the real image of the big figures. In the future, when Zhou Xianying ascended to the immortal world, she might be able to accept her father. Zhou Xianying was lost in thought, but her fingers were playing the strings, and the sound of the guqin would ring for a while. Gao Yu, who found something wrong and planned to come and see, waved his hand. Yang Chun quietly left Zhou Xianying and came to the side of the dragon tower. Xiao Tian was still working hard to collect the dragon palace. Yang Chun did not disturb him. He made a set of tables and chairs next to him. Gong Sunling and Lady Fanghua immediately came over to get some wine and food. They sat here and drank while waiting for the results of the sect masters' quarrels. Don't look at them arguing fiercely, no one made a move. Yang Chun was not worried that they would really fight and hurt the harmony. Anyway, it was just an attitude. There would always be disputes and compromises. The world of the big figures was like this. Chapter 1965. The actual territory controlled by the three super-sect was more than 2 million square kilometers. Such a large territory was basically not something that any single sect could swallow alone. The division of loot lasted for more than 20 days. From the territory to the spirit vein, from the mineral resources to the population, from the affiliated sects to the countries they controlled, everything had to be taken out for a fight. The liveliness was comparable to the busiest market. Zhou Xianying had been observing and thinking. She was wondering why her music couldn't affect these experts with similar cultivation bases. Could it be that when they were faced with benefits, they would forget everything and ignore all external disturbances? These days, Zhou Xianying was confused at first. However, she gradually understood. Why did she have to force others to get used to her music instead of adapting to her opponent's mood? Music cultivators only cultivated for themselves when they cultivated. If they tried to influence or attack others, they had to follow their pace. After figuring this out, Zhou Xianying suddenly changed the style of her music. The general atmosphere was still calming, but the details were adjusted according to the actions and moods of the sect leaders. Sometimes they would even deliberately stimulate it. Every time this happened, the arguments of the sect leaders would become more intense. Zhou Xianying had roamed the spiritual realm alone for many years. Because of her appearance, she had been looked down upon. Sometimes she would be a little extreme. However, ever since she married Yang Chen, she had never felt this way again. Whether it was her husband or her other sisters, they all gave her enough care and care. Thus, Zhou Xianying's extreme thoughts slowly became normal. This time, she had the opportunity to play for the sect leaders. While she was practicing her music cultivation base, she was also a little mischievous. She used her music to silently influence the emotions of the sect leaders. From time to time, she would trigger a little conflict. Seeing that the sect leaders had unknowingly fallen into her trap, Zhou Xianying was very happy. After you get used to their moods, you can try to make some small adjustments without affecting the overall atmosphere. You can guide the changes in their moods. Yang Chen also happily discovered Zhou Xianying's change. At the same time, he was very happy with Zhou Xianying's sudden naughtiness, so he didn't miss the opportunity to give advice. Although Zhou Xianying said that she could use the music to stir up the emotions of the sect masters and make them fight more intensely, that was their original state. Zhou Xianying just went with the flow and magnified it a little. What Yang Chun was teaching now was on another level. Don't think about changing anything the moment you come up. As long as you can add a small branch in their subconscious, they will naturally take the initiative to enlarge this branch and enter another emotion. Since he was going to give pointers, Yang Chen decided to give her pointers once. Zhou Xianying was his wife, and there was no such thing as hiding anything. In the past, Zhou Xianying had always played the zither in a bold and unrestrained manner, directly using the most violent way to forcibly release her emotions. He was naturally invincible against those whose cultivation was lower than his, especially in terms of spiritual sense and mental state. However, once he encountered someone with a similar realm, or a cunning giant like the sect masters, he would immediately become useless, just like not long ago. Listening to her husband's guidance, Zhou Xianying suddenly felt enlightened. A door that had been puzzled for a long time suddenly opened, and she immediately understood a lot of things. Before she could say anything more, her husband had already stuffed a pill into her mouth, and her husband's voice sounded in her ears, questioning in her heart, "Pill, play the zither slowly and comprehend slowly." Her heart was wrapped in a great happiness. Zhou Xianying's intuition made her whole body unspeakably relaxed. The grievances she had suffered in the spiritual world in the past no longer existed at this moment. Her heart was full of tranquility and peace. Whether it was the supercilious eyes, discrimination, grievances and so on in the past, they were all necessary hardships for her to meet her husband. Everything was just to be with her husband in this life. Everything was worth it. The ugly shell was a form of protection that her father had given her. It was also a barrier that she had set up so that she could wait for her husband to appear. Only someone like her husband would be able to see through her extremely ugly shell and see how beautiful she was. Her complaints about her father also disappeared without a trace in an instant, leaving only peace and serenity. The sound of the zither naturally changed. When the sect masters were at the most intense time, there would always be a sound of the zither that made people feel that sometimes everyone would compromise with each other to solve all the problems, and then everyone would slowly compromise without realizing it. It was easier said than done to affect the emotions of others. This was also why Zhou Xianying realized that the sect masters would not really fight. The reason they quarreled was to fight for the maximum benefits for their own sect. When they were close to the bottom line, they would have a sense of self-restraint. Zhou Xianying just grasped this point. Just one or two zither sounds could make these sect masters make this kind of decision in advance. In the beginning, the success rate was not high, but after a few times, Zhou Xianying seemed to have found the knack of it and gradually became proficient. The time that the sect masters quarreled became shorter and shorter. It was all about the spoils of war, so there was no need for everyone to quarrel so fiercely. After quarreling for a while, it was settled. It was because of Zhou Xianying's actions that the sect masters were able to divide the Three River Alliance, Holocaust Sect and Thousand Goblin Sect's territories in about 20 days. Otherwise, the time needed would have been doubled or more. When the sect masters quarreled, none of the women dared to interrupt. They only served tea and water at the appropriate time, and each of them had their own positions. Here, everyone served the elders inside, and the rest had nothing to do with them. As the last piece of territory was settled, the banquet for dividing the spoils finally came to an end. Under Yang Chen's command, all kinds of wine and delicacies were placed on the table in the hall. When the dust settled, it was time to celebrate. It had to be said that Yang Chen's command was very insightful. At least, none of the sect masters were dissatisfied with it. Everyone tacitly picked up the wine cup in front of them and drank it all together. Then, they laughed loudly. At this point, the battle to annihilate the Three River Alliance had come to an end. The territories of the three sect became the branches of each sect. The Three River Alliance, Holocaust Sect, and Thousand Goblin Sect no longer existed in the spiritual realm. The battle was a complete victory. In this battle, Sect Master Li of the Black Heaven Sect took the greatest credit. His reputation was like the sun in the sky. Chapter 1966. In just a few dozen days, Zhou Xianying's understanding of music had increased to a higher level. After the sect masters left, she immediately went into seclusion alone. She believed that when she came out, her cultivation would have improved again. After Xiao Tian's painstaking sacrificial refinement, the Dragon Palace finally completed the first step. Xiao Tian's spiritual sense was firmly inserted into the Dragon Palace. In short, this Wood Dragon Palace could temporarily accept Xiao Tian's control. However, it was only limited to temporary control. To completely seize it, it would take a longer time of sacrificial refinement to dispel the original owner's spiritual sense. This was under the condition that the original owner of the Dragon Palace would not appear to snatch it. If the other party appeared, it was estimated that even if Xiao Tian had the Dragon Pagoda, he would still be at a disadvantage. There was no other way. Since the owner of the Dragon Palace could arrange the Dragon Trap array to trap the golden Immortal intermediate stage dragon puppet, his cultivation would not be lower than this level. The difference in cultivation between Xiao Tian and the other party was too far. This was a gap that could not be made up in a short time. It was just that Yang Chen was not worried about this problem now. After the sect masters finally finished dividing the loot, Ao Lan and Ao Lai quietly entered the Wood Dragon Palace. The dragon race was good at hiding their tracks. The scene of the Three River Alliance was so big, how could Ao Lan and Ao Lai not find them? After receiving Yang Chen's invitation signal, they hid their figures and quietly approached the Dragon Palace. In fact, when they saw the Wood Dragon Palace from afar, even though Ao Lan and Ao Lai had guessed the reason why Yang Chen invited them to discuss, they did not expect it to be such a situation. A Wood Dragon Palace meant that there was at least a Wood attribute dragon behind it. It was estimated that only Ao Lan could come forward to suppress the situation. Ao Lan also did not decline. The two dragon experts quietly sneaked into the Dragon Palace. Except for Yang Chen, no one else felt it. Even Yang Chen, because of Xiao Tian's notice. During this period of time, in order to avoid any misunderstandings, Yang Chen did not release his spiritual senses. At the very most, he only used it within the Dragon Palace. When Ao Lan and Ao Lai came over, Yang Chen only sensed them after they entered the Dragon Palace. With Ao Lan, a dragon race expert with an unknown cultivation, even if the original owner of the Wood Dragon Palace was here, Xiao Tian, Ao Lan, and Ao Lai would not be able to snatch the Wood Dragon Palace back from Xiao Tian. The sect masters had already left. In the Dragon Palace, apart from Yang Chen's family, the only outsider was Lan Ying. However, this fella could not hold it in any longer. After all the sect masters left, he immediately bade farewell to Yang Chen. She had already made an appointment with Ho Yun and the others to go out and gain experience. This delay lasted for almost a month. Although she had inexplicably become the goddaughter of several monster race sect masters, Lan Ying did not realize the significance of this identity and still had the same personality as before. Lady Fanghua and the 30 beautiful maids had now been subconsciously regarded as Yang Chen's family by the various sect masters. Even if Yang Chen wanted to deny it, he could not to mention that he had no intention to deny it. On the one hand, Lady Fanghua and the maids really regarded themselves as Yang family. Yang Chen could not bear to deny and hurt their hearts. On the other hand, Old Hai followed Lady Fanghua. The signal to outsiders was already clear enough. She was not Yang Chen's woman. How could Yang Chen be willing to send a profound immortal bodyguard? The appearance of Ao Lan and Ao Lai did not surprise the women. Everyone knew the origin of the dragon race and knew how powerful the dragon race was. Even if they appeared more mysteriously, it would not surprise everyone. After all, they were familiar with each other. There was no need to make a fuss. Ao Lai came to Yang Chen's place like it was his own home. He did not stand on ceremony at all. He took the initiative to ask for food and drink. Naturally, he was in a mess. What's going on with this divine dragon palace? Tell me. Ao Lai asked before Ao Lan could ask. He did not know much about the spiritual realm to begin with. Now, he was practically thirsty for knowledge. Yang Chen did not answer Aolai immediately. Instead, he gestured for the maids to pour wine for Aolan and serve her well. Then, he slowly told them about the Three River Alliance's matter. From the kidnapping of Yang Chen's disciple, to the Profound Heaven sect taking the lead to eliminate the Three River Alliance, to the Scarlet Blood sect and 10,000 Fiends sect jumping out and nearly making a comeback, Xiao Chen described everything in detail. Of course, the main point was that after the dragon puppet appeared, the Wood Dragon Palace appeared as well. The dragon trapping formation trapped the dragon puppet. Isn't the dragon race very united? Yang Chen asked, feeling confused. In his previous life, he did not have much contact with the dragon race. He did not know the secrets behind this. This time, he could ask more. Why does the Zhao clan have dragon race experts helping them? Don't you human cultivators have good and bad cultivators as well? Aolan retorted in annoyance. Yang Chen's question sounded like he was complaining. This made her very uncomfortable. The dragon race is not united. Isn't it normal for there to be experts supporting the Zhao clan? The reason why Aolan was so upset was mainly because of the dragon trapping formation in the Wood Dragon Palace. Even though Yang Chen had already broken a small crack in the formation, Aolan was not far away from the formation. Even at such a close distance, she could feel the restraining effect of the formation on the dragon race. She was not upset because of Yang Chen's attitude. Instead, it was because the dragon race had started to target their own race. Although the dragon trapping formation only trapped the dragon race and did not cause any harm, the fact that there was a dragon trapping formation meant that the expert might have even more powerful means. Using the dragon trapping formation did not mean that the other party was showing mercy to the dragon race. Perhaps he was thinking of taking back the dragon puppet. One had to know that the dragon puppet came from the Zhao clan. Aside from the experts of the dragon race, Aolan could not think of any other cultivator in the spiritual realm who could refine a mid-stage golden immortal dragon into a puppet. With that, the problem became problematic. Even now, Aolan did not dare to be certain that the golden immortal Zhao family expert he sensed near the core of the training ground back then was this dragon race expert. Back then, she did not sense the aura of the dragon race. If it really was not a dragon race expert, then the Zhao clan might have a trump card of the same level or even stronger than that golden immortal expert. Aolan was very unfamiliar with the remnant aura of the Wood Dragon Palace. Aolai was even more confused. This meant that the master of the Wood Dragon Palace was someone of the same race that Aolan did not recognize. Wood restrains earth. Perhaps this unfamiliar dragon race expert was the one who refined the earth-attributed dragon puppet. You called us over to tell us about this? Aolan carefully digested the current information and asked about Yang Chen's purpose. That is just one of the purposes. Yang Chen did not bother playing games with Aolan. He answered straightforwardly, My main purpose is to get Senior's help to completely subdue this dragon palace. Chapter 1967. What is the reward? When Aolan spoke to Yang Chen, she was very clear about what she should and should not do. Is it the opportunity to make a move? In the past, Aolan had promised Yang Chen that she would help Yang Chen make a move. Now that there was an opportunity, she wanted to ask. It is not. Yang Chen understood what Aolan was thinking. Always carrying a promise felt like a thorn in his back. It was very uncomfortable. If it were Yang Chen, he would be willing to end this matter immediately. Unfortunately, this was not an opportunity. I do not have the habit of making a move for no reason, Aolan said indifferently, not feeling surprised. She knew this was the result. Dragon Sealing Formation. Yang Chen directly stated his reward. Help me refine the Divine Dragon Palace, and I can let you study the Dragon Sealing Formation. If you need it, I can also tell you how to break the Dragon Sealing Formation. The Dragon Sealing Formation was a unique formation for the dragon race. Xiao Chun had already used it on the dragon puppets in the battle earlier. He had experience using it in actual combat. Reality proved that it was very effective on the dragon puppet. This meant that it was indeed useful to the dragon race, even to a golden immortal like Aolan. Aolan's gaze shifted to the plaza of the Divine Dragon Palace once more. That dragon ceiling formation was very eye-catching, making her hesitate. Aolai also looked over there. In his mind, he wondered how he should deal with such a formation. They just couldn't see anything. Aolai and Yang Chen were not polite. They drilled into the gap that Yang Chen had made and personally experienced the power of the dragon trap formation. This dragon ceiling formation lived up to its name. Aolai found it hard to move an inch in the formation. Aside from the small gap that Yang Chen created, no matter what Aolai did, he could not open the formation at all. Even when Aolai used his 2 life flame seeds, he could not do anything to the formation. As Aolai experimented, Aolan kept an eye on him. In the past few days, Aolai had been following Aolan, receiving pointers as he cultivated, benefiting a lot. Because of this, Aolan had a clear understanding of Aolai's cultivation. Seeing Aolai's current situation, she could easily determine the might of the dragon ceiling formation from Aolai's reaction. Deal. Aolan finally nodded, agreeing to this. Yang Chen's face finally revealed a smile. With the help of Aolan and Aolai, this wood dragon palace could almost be said to belong to Yang Chen. Given this, Yang Chen's 5-element dragon palace only lacked a metal-attributed dragon palace. Right now, even if the true master of the wood dragon palace rushed over, it would be useless. With Aolan and the Murong sisters controlling the dragon puppets, the 2 of them would have an overwhelming advantage. Furthermore, Lin Jingyuan was playing happily in the Lai's inn. If Dragon Lai was the dragon, the Yang Chen the Lin Lai would the right the dragon, the Yun the dragon he would Lin Lai. Yang Chen think the dragon leave. He Lin the Yang fellow Lin Lai the Yang the dragon Chen had the dragon palace. He Chen was not to be. He the Chen's right the Yang Lai. He did not reveal even the slightest aura. Clearly, he was not nearby. If there is a stronger spirit vein, the refinement process will be faster. Since Aolan, this expert, agreed to help refine the dragon palace, she was very straightforward and considerate of Yang Chen. Aolan knew that Yang Chen needed to quickly refine the wood dragon palace to prevent any problems. Hence, her suggestion was very pertinent. Don't worry. We will go to a place with a strong spirit vein immediately, Yang Chen replied quickly, satisfied with Aolan's attitude. However, after Aolan finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. He immediately added, however, after we go there, we need to hide ourselves and not make any noise. Is that all right? Strange. Aolan stared at Yang Chen for a while before muttering to herself. She replied in a bad mood, even you can't find it. This is fine, right? Yang Chen immediately beamed with joy. As long as Aolan could do it, it would be of great benefit to him. Otherwise, he could only put this matter aside and return to the Hatred Parting Sea to refine the Dragon Palace on Long Xian's heavenly immortal grade spirit vein. As a member of the dragon race, Aolan's words were not false. However, it was still a little exaggerated. If they wanted to make it impossible for Yang Chen to find them, they would have to be at least 5 kilometers away from Yang Chen. With Yang Chen's current cultivation of the 3 purities art, it would not be easy for the dragon race to hide from his spiritual sense within 5 kilometers. Even if the dragon race's cultivation was much higher than Yang Chen's, reaching the golden immortal realm like Aolan, it would not be easy. When the Battle of the 3 River Alliance ended, Yang Chen had the intention to look for the alliance chief of the 3 River Alliance, who had already escaped. Xiao Chen believed that that fellow had most of the 3 River Alliance's wealth on him. What the major sect wanted was the territory of the 3 River Alliance and those things that could not be moved away. However, Yang Chen had long set his eyes on the alliance chief. In the eyes of the major sect, since the alliance chief of the Three River Alliance had escaped, he must have taken those junior disciples and their wealth directly to the Zhao family. From their point of view, they would certainly not give up such a large number of disciples. These were the cornerstones of the future. It was almost impossible to chase after the Zhao family at this time. However, Yang Chen did not think so. The Zhao family could maintain such a secret in the spiritual realm because of a large number of Zhao family's core disciples. Although the Three River Alliance had been controlled by the Zhao family, it did not mean that everyone in the Three River Alliance would be loyal to the Zhao family. Many people were only forced or unaware. More than 90% of the disciples did not even know the relationship between the Three River Alliance and the Zhao family, and they never had the idea of being loyal to the Zhao family. How could the Zhao family boldly accept such a group of Three River Alliance disciples? Moreover, who knew how many of the major sect's spies were among them? It was impossible to casually bring them into the real mountain gate of the Zhao family. Therefore, the disciples of the Three River Alliance could only temporarily stay in a secret cave in the Three River Alliance and wait for the moment when the Zhao family could settle them down. Obviously, this wait was going to be a long one. If the hundreds of thousands of disciples wanted to be accepted, they either had to be screened one by one or wait for the Zhao family to gain the upper hand and appear in the spiritual realm. No matter which possibility, it could not be done in a short period of time. Moreover, other than the Three River Alliance, there were also the Holocaust sect and the Thousand Beasts sect, which also had hundreds of thousands of disciples. If the Zhao family wanted to completely accept the three sects, it would take decades or even centuries. This time difference was Yang Chen's opportunity. Chapter 1968. The major sects might not necessarily not have thought of this point, but they had more considerations. Firstly, the three sects' high-level Xian Immortal experts had just been annihilated. The remaining disciples would definitely hide their strength and bide their time to avoid being hunted by the major sect. Based on the Three River Alliance, Holocaust sect and Thousand Beasts sect's strength as super sect, they would definitely have more than one place to hide. Not to mention anything else, each of them would definitely have at least one super cave abode as their core sect to settle their disciples. Moreover, the three sect had just been in trouble. They would definitely not take the initiative to jump out at this time when the high-level forces were all wiped out. They would definitely hide well, and it would be best if no one could find them. Although the major sect had already sent their disciples to look for them, it was obvious that they would not be able to find them. Of course, there was no lack of major sects that wanted the Zhao clan to have no choice but to settle this group of people and then place their spies in the Zhao clan. In short, no matter what, the major sect would probably not be able to find any important figures in the Three River Alliance, Holocaust sect and Thousand Beasts sect in a short period of time. Perhaps there would always be some fish that escaped the net that was not in the sect. However, under the wanted list of the major sect in the spiritual realm, those people could only sadly become victims. The disciples of the major sect could not be found, but it did not mean that Yang Chen could not find them. Of course, it was impossible to find them all at once. Yang Chen could only adopt a method of waiting for the hare to come to him. The new mountain gate of a super sect was definitely a huge cave abode. It had all the conditions for cultivation and was enough for many disciples to cultivate in seclusion. However, there was one thing that everyone had to face. No matter how high the cave abode was, even if it had a lot of spiritual veins, it was not easy to provide for hundreds of thousands of disciples to cultivate. The supply could still keep up for a while. However, if this continued, even the strongest spiritual veins would eventually dry up. At the appropriate time, the people of the three sect had to bring the cave abode to a certain spiritual vein in the spiritual realm to replenish the consumption of the cave abode. This was Yang Chen's chance. The spiritual realm was so vast that ordinary cultivators couldn't even imagine it. The number of spirit veins distributed inside was unimaginable to cultivators. The grotto heavens and blessed lands occupied by the major sects were just places where the super-spiritual veins were relatively concentrated. There were also a large number of scattered spiritual veins scattered all over the spiritual realm, and the number was uncountable. These were only the spirit veins that had been discovered. Many undiscovered spirit veins were still quietly lying somewhere underground, waiting for people to excavate them. With so many spiritual veins, it was enough for the Three River Alliance, Holocaust sect, and Thousand Beasts sect to replenish their spiritual energy. Now that the three sect masters had become the target of scorn, it was unrealistic to wantonly replenish their spiritual power at the spirit vein that they had discovered. Not to mention that there were countless people who wanted to use the disciples of the three sect to obtain the bounty offered by the major sects. Once they were exposed, the entire abode would be destroyed. It was believed that the new sect masters of the three sects would not take such a risk. Therefore, only the spirit veins that the three sect had discovered but had yet to be announced to the public were ideal places to replenish spiritual energy. If the opportunity was right, they should also try to collect as many of those spirit veins as possible into the abode. Unfortunately, collecting the spirit veins would cause too much of a commotion, and it would take too much time. It probably wouldn't be worth it. The opportunity that Yang Chen seized was the opportunity for the members of the three sect masters to replenish their spiritual energy at the super-spiritual veins. Others didn't know which spirit veins the three sect masters had discovered, and where they would replenish their spiritual energy, so they had no way of finding them. However, Yang Chen had more memories from his previous life than others, which gave him many possibilities that others didn't have. In his previous life, after the demonic calamity in the spiritual realm ended, all the sect masters expanded and occupied some new territories. Among them, the Tri-River Alliance opened branches in 2 places, and the Holocaust sect gained 3 subsidiary sect masters. The Myriad Demon sect was even stronger, gaining 3 branches and 2 subsidiary sect masters controlled by their core disciples. These places all had heaven immortal grade spirit veins that had never been discovered before. Now, no one knew about these spirit veins. At the very least, there were no rumors about them. As long as Yang Chen waited at any place, he would have a chance of meeting one of the 3 sect masters. After rushing to the first place, Yang Chen only needed to go underground to check it out. Then, he knew that he had found the right place. There was indeed a heaven immortal grade spirit vein below. However, someone had used an array to conceal the spirit vein. If one didn't go several kilometers underground and directly come into contact with the array, it would be impossible to discover it from above. The array was very ingenious. Not a single trace of spiritual energy leaked out. With Aolan around, Yang Chen didn't even need to show off his attainments in array formations. He just let Aolan bring everyone into the spirit vein without damaging the array at all. The spirit vein was very strong. Even a golden immortal grade dragon race expert like Aolan felt very comfortable. It was called a heaven immortal grade spirit vein because this was the highest grade of spirit vein in the spiritual realm. Aolan could not finish absorbing it. Based on the previous standards, this spirit vein was at least a golden immortal grade spirit vein. After absorbing it unscrupulously, Aolan followed their previous agreement and started to help Shao Tian refine the Wood Dragon Palace. With the help of this golden immortal grade expert, an expert from the dragon race and an endless supply of spiritual energy, Shao Tian even placed the Dragon Pagoda at the control hub. The Wood Dragon Palace's collection went very smoothly. Perhaps the opponent dragon race expert had already given up on this dragon palace. In any case, during the refining process, neither Shao Tian nor Aolan felt any resistance. Later on, when Aolai got tired of cultivating, he couldn't help but join in the refining process. The refining speed increased. In just half a year, the aura left behind by the original owner was completely eliminated. Shao Tian had complete control over the Wood Dragon Palace. This was just the beginning. Next, Shao Tian wanted to merge this wood dragon palace with the mysterious Heaven Nethersea shuttle and the other 3 dragon palaces. In Shao Tian's previous life, this spirit vein was the territory of the 3 River Alliance. Aolan seemed to enjoy this spirit vein. She wanted to see if she could get any information about the Wood Dragon Palace's owner from the upper echelons of the 3 River Alliance. She did not leave and just helped Shao Tian merge the Dragon Palace. To her, she had nothing to do. Her cultivation was already at the intermediate golden immortal grade or even higher. If she wanted to improve in the spiritual realm, it would be too difficult. Cultivation was no longer her main goal. Senior, if I fight with this dragon race expert in the future and accidentally kill him, will there be any trouble? Yang Chen knew what Aolan was thinking and did not rush her. He just found an appropriate time to ask, if you kill a dragon race expert, will you be chased by the entire dragon race? Chapter 1969. You want to slay a dragon? Aolan glared at Yang Chen with her big eyes. There seemed to be a murderous intent in her eyes. She looked at Yang Chen very unkindly. Even though she was still in her dragon form, Yang Chen could see the impoliteness in her eyes. I'm just saying. However, Yang Chen did not seem to notice that Aolan was already showing signs of anger. He said calmly, "It can't be that when the fire dragon spirit dissipates, my alchemy furnace will not have an item spirit, right?" Aolan and Aolai knew that the item spirit of the profound spirit furnace was the fire dragon spirit that had lost its consciousness. Aolan and Aolai knew that Yang Chen said this to prepare for a rainy day and to plan for the next suitable item spirit. However, to Aolan, the fire dragon was her spiritual sustenance. Now that she knew that the fire dragon spirit was Yang Chen's alchemy furnace, the item spirit still protected it in every possible way. It was because she knew a way to revive the fire dragon and make it stronger. Now that Yang Chen mentioned replacing the fire dragon spirit, she had no reason to flare up. The dragon race was proud of humans and other fiend cultivators. Even if they were enemies, they could not tolerate the pride of these insignificant ants. That was why Yang Chen asked this. If it was someone else, it would not be a fantasy to be killed in an instant. Wait until you have that ability, Aolan replied noncommittally. However, she had already started to weigh whether she should satisfy Yang Chen's request or not. Aolai had already come out of the dragon trapping formation. When he heard Aolan's words, he could not help but roll his eyes. Others might not know if Yang Chen had the ability to slay a dragon, but how could he not know? He was a peak heaven immortal, but he was played by Yang Chen like an earthworm. Who could he find to reason with? However, Aolai would not talk about this embarrassing matter in front of Aolan. This was not just a humiliation for Aolai. It was enough for Aolan to treat it as a humiliation for the dragon race. If there was some trouble because of this, such as thinking that he had insulted this body and wanted to take it back, it would not be worth it. Senior, you should have seen the people around this junior. When Yang Chen saw that Aolan did not want to talk about this issue, he did not force her. Instead, he changed the topic. In addition to Yang Chen's wives and concubines, there were also Ho Yun, the old tree demon, Mu Bai and Yi Yu. Not long ago, when Aolan rushed to the Wood Dragon Palace, these people had not left. Naturally, he had seen them. Aolan did not know what Yang Chen meant by this. However, she did not deny it. She silently nodded her head and did not say anything. I don't know if Senior has noticed it, but they are all innately or acquired full values of the 5 elements, Yang Chen asked with a smile. Then, he poured another cup of wine for Aolan. As for Aolai, he directly threw him a wine jar. Giving him a wine cup was simply a waste. So what? Aolan did not feel that this was incredible. The dragon race had such confidence. Regardless of which elemental attribute the dragon race was, they were innately full of potential from birth. They were absolute cultivation geniuses. Aolan did not care about the little geniuses of the human and fiend cultivators at all. Let's not talk about the innate ones, Yang Chen said unhurriedly. He accompanied Aolan for a drink before continuing. As for those acquired, this junior can tell senior very clearly that they only reached consummation after consuming the medicinal pills this junior refined. Including my wife, Gao Yu. Her fire and water attributes are all the same. I already know that you are very good at alchemy. Clearly, Aolan had not completely understood the purpose of Yang Chen's words. Hence, she replied perfunctorily while making guesses in her heart. That is to say, this junior has the ability to make cultivators with multiple attributes of the 5 elements reach consummation after birth. Yang Chen finally said what he wanted to say. Seeing that Aolan still did not completely understand, he added, that includes the dragon race. Right, that includes the dragon race that used the body-merging pill to gain multiple attributes of the 5 elements. Right now, the fire dragon rebirth was Aolan's heart demon. As long as Yang Chen brought up this topic, it would definitely work. Indeed, after hearing what Yang Chen said, even Aolan could no longer maintain her calm. Her figure expanded, surpassing 300 meters before she came to her senses. She quickly shrank to about 3 meters and stared into Yang Chen's eyes as she asked, "Is it really possible? So many people have already consumed this junior's medicinal pills." Right now, Yang Chen was very relaxed. He did not even need to express his stance verbally, only using facts to speak. Aolan thought back to the human and fiend cultivators she saw. Indeed, they were all little demonic geniuses. Furthermore, her impression of Yang Chen had never been one to lie. Furthermore, there was a ready-made case before her. It was hard not to believe it. If it were someone else, they might hesitate. There was a huge difference between the cultivators of the mortal world and the cultivators of the immortal world. Those who could raise the attributes of the 5 elements to the maximum in the mortal world might not be able to do the same in the immortal world. However, who was Yang Chen? Aolan had personally seen Yang Chen refine a rank 8 medicinal pill without touching the alchemy cauldron. The so-called strongest alchemists of the spirit realm were not even worth mentioning before Yang Chen. Aolan had already reserved the body of the dragon puppet. Now, with the Murong sisters' nourishment, she could produce the other attributes of the 5 elements. Together with the body-merging pill, the revived fire dragon would be able to display the strength of multiple attributes. However, the 5 elemental attributes that were produced were not at the maximum. There would always be strong and weak attribute. If the fire dragon could consume the medicinal pills that Yang Chen refined to raise its attributes, it could be said to have a perfect revival. It would be several times better than what Aolan was hoping for. Aolan clearly knew that Yang Chen said this on purpose so that she would be tempted. However, she could not stop herself from being tempted. Even though Aolan knew that Yang Chen had dug a huge pit for her, she still could not help wanting to jump into it. Be it humans or the dragon race, this was how they thought. Of course, Yang Chen had thought of this long ago. Humans were divided into allies and enemies. Similarly, dragons were divided into allies and enemies. This was not limited to humans. Sometimes, when Aolan saw Yang Chen's calm face, which seemed to show that victory was within his grasp, she really wanted to slap Yang Chen and send him flying. She would no longer have to look at this face. However, she could only think about it. For the sake of the fire dragon, she had to allow Yang Chen to use this against her again and again. She had no choice but to lower her head. However, going along with Yang Chen's intentions was not in line with Aolan's character. She had to retaliate when there was an opportunity. Otherwise, if Yang Chen used this against her again and again in the future, it would not be a good thing. No matter what, she had to give Yang Chen a different choice. I'll give you 2 choices. A new dragon race item spirit or a metal-attributed dragon palace. You can only choose one. Aolan knew that this was just a form of consolation. However, she still said this, giving Yang Chen the right to choose. Chapter 1970. The Divine Dragon Palace. Yang Chen did not hesitate to choose the latter, not even wasting any time to think. Why? Although Aolan was the one who made the choice, she did not want to follow Yang Chen's intentions. Right now, Yang Chen's choice of the Divine Dragon Palace was clearly in line with her intentions. However, she started to feel strange about Yang Chen's choice. Could it be that he was joking when he asked about slaying the dragon at the start? Or did he already guess my reaction, so he is playing hard to get? There is no reason. Yang Chen smiled and explained, how hard is a metal-attributed Divine Dragon Palace? If it is an item spirit, it would be good to have a dragon spirit. However, I was just saying, there is no need to insist on a dragon spirit. It is not worth it to offend a dragon race expert for this. I still have to thank Senior for helping me gather the Golden Dragon Palace. Aolan nearly vomited blood. What do you mean by there is no need to insist on a dragon spirit? Why did you not say this earlier? Why did you have to wait until I made two choices? Isn't this cheating the dragon? However, Aolan also understood that she had been too clever for her own good. She had thought herself clever and raised another condition, even giving Yang Chen a choice. This was her greatest mistake. If she had known earlier, she would have just emphasized to Yang Chen that the dragon race's pride could not be offended. Perhaps Yang Chen would have backed off and not used a dragon spirit as an item spirit. Now, she even had to help Yang Chen find a metal-attributed Divine Dragon Palace to complete the 5-element Dragon Palace. Senior is also preparing for a rainy day. Yang Chen's evil plan succeeded. Instead, he put in a good word for Aolan. I know that after Senior Fire Dragon's resurrection, the 5 elements will be filled, and you will need a 5-element Dragon Palace. So, you helped this junior gather one in advance to see the effect. Senior is indeed very thorough. I believe that Senior Fire Dragon will be very grateful to Senior for showing such concern for me. Xiao Chen obtained great benefits from gathering a 5-element Dragon Palace for himself. However, he made Aolan's mistake sound like it was a big deal. Only Yang Chen could do such a thing. At the very least, Aolai at the side could not do so. At this moment, he wanted to laugh but did not dare to. He looked like he was trying hard to hold back his laughter, looking comical. However, Yang Chen's words gave Aolan a good way out. She was also a smart person. She immediately understood what was going on. She snorted and said, "It's good that you know." This barely resolved the awkwardness and calming the atmosphere for Yang Chen. It was as Yang Chen said. Since the dragon could complete the 5 elements in the future, then Yang Chen's 5 dragon might be a rehearsal. It was a good time to see what the pros and cons of the 5 elements Dragon Palace were. When the Fire Dragon was resurrected and the Dragon Palace was re-refined, there would also be a specific reference. It would be more perfect than Yang Chen's Dragon Palace. After Yang Chen to Xiao to find a metal-attributed dragon, not to Chen to who not. It was normal for such a strong person like Aolan to know 1 or 2 metal-attributed dragon race companions. Yang Chen only needed to wait for the result. He did not need to worry about what happened in the process. Although Yang Chen's family served Aolan and Aolai very diligently, Aolan still felt cheated by Yang Chen. However, she could not get angry at Yang Chen. She could only vent her anger on the Dragon Palace. Aolan used the spiritual energy in the spirit vein to refine the Dragon Palace. She even took over the task of merging the other 3 Dragon Palaces. Aolan's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Tian's. When she attacked in anger, her speed was much faster. Right now, Xiao Tian only needed to use the Dragon Pagoda to control the overall progress. He did not need to do anything at all. Based on this situation, the 4 Dragon Palaces would merge in no time. Aolai was still as carefree as ever at Yang Chen's place. She would eat and drink. When she wanted to help, she would help. When she did not, she would find a room in the Fire Dragon Palace. Otherwise, she would lie down on the large map of the plaza and enjoy the spiritual energy surging over from all directions. Aolan was very dissatisfied with Aolai's behavior. However, she would not say anything in front of Yang Chen's family. Other than venting her anger by refining the Dragon Palace, she would wait for the people that Yang Chen was waiting for to come. It was said that they were all enemies. When Yang Chen discovered this spirit vein, there was a concealment formation above it. It was also because of the existence of this formation that Yang Chen was able to conclude that this place had already been discovered by the Tri-River Alliance. Waiting here was not a waste of time. At the very least, there was hope. The people from the Tri-River Alliance did not let Yang Chen and Aolan wait for too long. They only stayed in the spirit vein for slightly more than a year before they sensed cultivators activating the formation above the spirit vein. The people from the Tri-River Alliance are here. After Yang Chen noticed the movement, his face also showed a smile, and he happily smiled at his wives and concubines who had been accompanying him. "Hubby, how do you know that it is them and not the people who discovered the spirit vein by chance?" Sun Qingxue was too lazy to use her brain sometimes and asked Yang Chen directly. "Because they got close to the spirit vein without destroying the formation," Shi Wushuang explained with a smile. During these days, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and Murong Nan were the happiest. This was because their hubby had helped them obtain a wood dragon palace. It was completely compatible with their 5 elements. The reason was simple. Although the formation was only a concealment formation, it was not something an ordinary cultivator could break. It was possible to break it with brute force. However, to enter without destroying the formation, other than experts like Aolan, there were only people who understood formations. It was obvious that the person who set up the formation was someone who understood formations. There was only one cultivator who appeared, a Xian Immortal. Although the Tri-River Alliance's high-end combat power was almost completely wiped out in the previous battle, there was still a group of Xian Immortal experts that remained. It was impossible for the Tri-River Alliance to send all their forces. It was necessary to leave a group of experts behind. The person who appeared now was obviously the expert who had stayed behind. With Aolan's methods, the Xian Immortal expert outside did not notice anything strange about the spirit vein. After cautiously checking the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he entered the spirit vein. He placed a translucent ball inside the spirit vein and stood guard by the side. Everything was in line with Yang Chen's guess to replenish the spiritual power of the Immortal's cave. The translucent ball was obviously the new mountain gate of the Three-River Alliance. Not every cultivator had the methods of the dragon race to record all the spirit veins in the world on a huge map and extract the spirit vein at any time. Naturally, the people from the Tri-River Alliance could not do that. They did not want to cause a huge commotion by directly collecting the spirit vein. Thus, they could only use this method of replenishing the spirit vein at any time. The Xian Immortal expert who was calmly absorbing the spirit vein would never imagine that someone was targeting him and the cave he was guarding below the spirit vein. Yang Chen looked at the cave and was already drooling. Chapter 1971. Yang Chen's target was very clear. It was the core cave mansion that contained most of the Three-River Alliance disciples. This kind of grotto heaven-level magic treasure, because it belonged to the sect, under normal circumstances, it would not be refined by anyone. At most, it would be imprinted with a spiritual sense imprint to make it easier to control. Once the sect's elder in charge of the cave mansion took over, as long as the original controller took back his spiritual sense imprint, then the new controller would imprint his own spiritual sense imprint. The process was very simple. It was also because of this simple control that Yang Chen had the opportunity to take advantage of. As long as the item was in Yang Chen's hands, it would not be easy for the controller to take it back. The so-called spiritual sense imprint, other than the dragon clans, what else could escape Xiao Tian's big mouth? Aolan had been suppressing her anger for a long time. Seeing this Xian immortal expert who came knocking on her door, she was even more furious. She could not vent on Yang Chen's family. Aolai, that heartless fellow, was still in the body of the fire dragon, so it was not good for her to vent. She could only vent on this unlucky fellow. Of course, an expert was an expert. Even when she was venting her anger, she did not forget to keep a clear mind. Aolan was very clear about what Yang Chen wanted. She would not ruin Yang Chen's plans. One must know that this fellow still held the hope of the fire dragon's rebirth. If she did not want Yang Chen to fall out with her, it was best not to anger Yang Chen. A golden immortal level furious spiritual sense suddenly shrouded the Xian immortal expert's body. In an instant, that expert felt a chill all over his body. Before he could react, the cave abode ball not far from his hand disappeared without a trace in an instant. This time, how could the Xian immortal expert not know what the other party's goal was? However, in the instant before and after he thought about it, he suddenly lost his sense of the cave mansion that was still in his control. The spiritual sense imprint that he planted on the cave mansion was suddenly blocked and then disappeared. He did not know where it went. Now that the spiritual sense imprint had disappeared, wanting to control the cave mansion was already a dream. Not to mention controlling it, even sensing the location of the cave mansion was a big problem. This time, the Xian immortal expert was scared out of his wits, and he lost 2 of his 3 souls. That cave abode was the last hope of the Three River Alliance, the core of the sect. Now, there were hundreds of thousands of disciples of all levels in the cave abode alone, not to mention the various resources that the sect had plundered in the spiritual realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Once it was lost, it meant that the Three River Alliance would never be able to rise again. However, the Xian immortal expert had no time to care about anything else. That mysterious expert's spiritual sense had already firmly locked onto him. In the next second, it was no longer a divine sense that had locked onto him, but a huge 5-clawed dragon claw was grabbing at his head. Aolan, who had completely let go of his rage, intended to intimidate Yang Chen. He attacked with the force of a thunderbolt, not giving that Xian immortal expert any chance. At this moment, the Xian immortal expert couldn't even break the formation at the entrance, let alone find the cave abode of the sect. Locked by the unbelievably powerful divine sense, he could only watch helplessly as the dragon claw broke his natal flying sword, and then tore apart his protective magic treasure like it was a thin piece of paper. Finally, it grabbed his body and forcefully pulled it back. The last thing that the Xian immortal expert in charge of the cave abode of the Three River Alliance heard was a familiar voice. "Don't destroy the corpse, it is the corpse of a Xian immortal expert." In that short moment, he couldn't remember which familiar person's voice belonged to. Then, he lost consciousness. "You won't even let go of a corpse?" Aolan's irritated voice was like that of an exasperated shrew. There was no helping it. His anger had not been completely vented, and he had to forcefully suppress it. This was the kind of emotion that anyone would feel. A mere Xian immortal expert was not enough to effectively vent Aolan's anger. "I need it for a Ling's Mountain River geographical map." Yang Chen was not afraid of Aolan flipping out. He said boldly and confidently, "That is your dragon race's magic treasure. You did not tell us how to refine it, so we can only experiment. The world in the Mountain River geographical map will be more stable after merging with the Xian immortal expert's corp. Don't tell me you don't know." Before Aolan could flare up, Yang Chen immediately continued to provoke him. "If Senior is not happy, why don't you go to the core of the trial grounds and start a massacre? There are many Xian immortal demonic beasts there. It is definitely enough for Senior to go on a killing spree." Of course, at the end of his words, Yang Chen did not forget to remind Aolan, "However, Senior must remember to bring back the corpses after you kill them. The more the better." Aolan already did not know how to express his current emotions. If he was angry, on the one hand, Yang Chen's family was on his side. On the other hand, Aolan was worried about the resurrection of the fire dragon. It was not appropriate for him to express his anger at Yang Chen. However, if he was not angry, Yang Chen's attitude was infuriating. All in all, Aolan looked sullen, like he wanted to be angry, but did not dare to be angry. Seeing Aolan suffer a setback, Aolai's face tensed up, not daring to show any expression. However, he was already laughing so hard in his heart that he could not catch his breath. Aolan had always been very strict with Xiao Chen. From his cultivation to his behavior, Aolan could not allow him to make any mistake. Aolai did not know what relationship the fire dragon had with Aolan, but Aolan could not tolerate Aolai doing something that tarnished the dignity of the dragon race with the fire dragon's physical body. These days, Aolai had been living a life worse than death. It was like he had returned to the dark days of the Languel. Even the strong Aolan was so angry today. The joy in Aolai's heart was like eating an iced watermelon during the hottest days of summer. He felt refreshed from head to toe. However, Aolai did not dare to show it at all. He could only pretend that he did not see it. Otherwise, Aolan would not flare up at Yang Chen and would definitely vent his anger on Aolai. Not hitting the diligent or lazy, but hitting the blind. This was the time when Aolan needed to be perceptive. Although Aolan was angry, Yang Chen's words about the mountain and river geographical map allowed Aolan to calm down and ponder over it carefully. The dragon race had their own refining method. Aolan definitely could not tell Yang Chen. Even if he told Yang Chen would not be able to do it. However, Aolan had not expected Yang Chen to find such a method. He was somewhat surprised. Aolan quickly controlled his emotions and asked Yang Chen, "How did you discover this method?" "It was Senior who reminded me." Yang Chen did not forget to mention Aolan's contributions. He smiled and replied, "Senior said that the mountain and river geographical map is meant to refine a new world, surpassing a cave. Since it is a world, naturally, the more stable it is, the better. As long as we work hard in this direction, it should not be wrong." Chapter 1972. It had to be said that Yang Chen's method of not asking about the process and only pursuing the final result could be considered a solution. Since everyone was a cultivator, the great Tao had 3,000 paths, and they all led to the same destination. Even the Taoist, demonic, and fiend cultivators could achieve their own great Tao. In that case, it did not matter whether one used the dragon race's method or the human race's method when refining a new world. It was fine as long as it worked. That makes sense. In a rare moment, Aolan actually nodded in agreement. Then, she said some words of self-reflection. "I was too rigid." After saying that, Aolan closed her eyes and started to think quietly. Yang Chen gestured for everyone to remain quiet. Then, he silently handed several 6-revolution virtuous heart questioning pills to Aolan. Aolan had been in the spiritual realm for many years. The moment the questioning heart pill was before her, she could smell it. She opened her eyes wide and nodded at Yang Chen. Then, she did not stand on ceremony and swallowed all the pills in one gulp. The questioning heart pill was not a rare pill in the spiritual realm. Aolan herself had a rank 7 questioning heart pill as well. However, she did not care about it at all. Instead, she swallowed the 6-revolution questioning heart pill that Yang Chen gave her. It could only be said that Yang Chen's empty-handed refining left a deep impression on Aolan. Aolan already had a stubborn faith in Yang Chen's alchemy skills. Indeed, this was the case. The moment the questioning heart pill entered her stomach, the medicinal effects took effect. Aolan immediately noticed the difference. Not to mention a rank 7 revolution questioning heart pill, even higher-ranked pills would not have such an effect. At this moment, these questioning heart pills were like charcoal in snowy weather to Aolan. She could not avoid owing Yang Chen another favor. Aolan also entered closed-door cultivation. Yang Chen carefully settled her down and let Ao Lai take care of her. Then, he went to another room with the girls. Xiao Tian, give the cave abode to a Ling. Yang Chen instructed, and Xiao Tian immediately spat out the spherical cave abode from its stomach. Gong Sunling had already prepared a geographical map. The moment the cave abode came out, it was immediately wrapped up and disappeared. Ah Ling, leave a divine sense imprint on it, then slowly refine it. Yang Chen pointed out to Gong Sunling and carefully left his spiritual sense imprint on the core mountain gate of the Three River Alliance. If such a super immortal cave could be refined and fused with the Mountain River geographical map, then the Mountain River geographical map would definitely be able to improve to a higher level. Aside from stability, a world also needed a large space, a massive amount of resources, and enough living beings and cultivators. This cave abode of the Tri-River Alliance just happened to meet these requirements. What if some experts find something wrong and come out of the cave? Gong Sunling carefully followed her husband's instructions and didn't forget to ask her own questions. Don't be afraid. No matter how many experts come out, immediately send them to a place with no one around. Do not let them gather together. Yang Chen answered patiently, they just came out of the cave abode, so I believe they won't realize that they're no longer in the spiritual realm, but in another world. As long as they don't immediately attack the empty ground or sky, there's nothing to worry about. As long as it's a cultivator, cultivating in the Mountain River geographical map is equivalent to helping you refine the Mountain River geographical map. Yang Chen said with a smile, the more expert cultivators come out, the faster you can refine the corpses of those Xian immortal demonic beasts, and the more stable the Mountain River geographical map will be. By the time these cultivators find out that something is wrong, they would no longer have the ability to leave the Mountain River geographical map. What Yang Chen said was the biggest feature of the Mountain River geographical map. The Dragon Clan's magical weapon was powerful here, it always had some incredible super functions. As the owner of the Mountain River geographical map, Gong Sunling understood it better than Yang Chen. Her husband had already explained it so clearly, how could Gong Sunling not understand? She nodded again and again, with a smile on her face. However, there is still a fatal flaw in the Mountain River geographical map. After Gong Sunling finished being happy, Yang Chen began to pour cold water on Gong Sunling. The fatal flaw made Gong Sunling suddenly nervous. She anxiously pulled her husband and asked. Like the cave mansion of the Three River Alliance, spiritual power can't be replenished at any time and place, we can only find spiritual veins to absorb spiritual power. Yang Chen said with a smile, and at the same time explained, the Mountain River geographical map originally only accommodated some experts of the mortal world, and the spiritual world has taken in billions of spiritual world natives. The strongest of these people are only at the Mahayana stage. Even if they have the strength of human immortal, they haven't gone through the heavenly tribulation, so the Mountain River geographical map was enough to provide them with spiritual power for cultivation. But it's different after taking the cave mansion of the Three River Alliance. There are hundreds of thousands of human immortal, earth immortal and heaven immortal disciples. The spiritual power consumed will be thousands of times, and the Mountain River geographical map is not enough. Yang Chen said this fatal flaw, but there was no panic on his face. He just looked at Gong Sunling and said, but you don't have to worry, for the time being, you have my husband and the Dragon Palace, you don't have to worry about this. Gong Sunling immediately understood. It was indeed troublesome. The Mountain River geographical map couldn't provide spiritual power, it could only absorb spiritual power for the cultivators inside to cultivate. But since they were in the Dragon Palace, they didn't have to worry about this at all. The big map on the square showed all the spiritual veins in the spiritual world. They could absorb spiritual power from all kinds of spiritual veins at any time and place. There was no need to worry about spiritual power exhaustion. The more corpses of Xian immortal demon beasts are integrated, the more stable the world is, the more cultivators there are. I believe the more spiritual power it can contain. Yang Chen continued, take it slowly, first refine the cave mansion of the Three River Alliance, then we will find the cave mansion of the Holocaust sect and the Thousand Demon sect. If we don't accept the benefits that are sent to us, we will be struck by lightning. His words were said casually. Gong Sunling and the girls were all smiles. It was just that the disciples of the Three River Alliance didn't expect that they were no longer the poor wanderers, they had become the vassals of Gong Sunling in the Mountain River geographical map. The disciples of the Holocaust sect and the Thousand Demon sect, who were on the run, didn't know that they and the cave mansion they were in had been targeted by Yang Chen and his family. As instructed by Yang Chen, during the process of Gong Sunling slowly refining the cave mansion, there were still disciples of the Three River Alliance who noticed something was wrong. Dozens of Xian Immortal experts immediately came out of the cave mansion to check. Gong Sunling has always kept in mind Yang Chen's words. As soon as these people came out, they were immediately transferred to a sparsely populated place. Those people did not know where they were. At most, they were alert and carefully explored the surroundings. No one thought that they were still in the other side of the world, and no one directly attacked. As a result, these poor masters became Gong Sunling's helpers. The world of the Mountain River geographical map was big enough. As more and more experts came out of the cave mansion to check, the refining speed became faster and faster. Chapter 1973. About half of the Three River Alliance disciples had already come out of the cave abode. The first to come out were Xian Immortal experts, then Heaven Immortal experts, then Earth Immortal experts. There were about 100,000 experts that came out, and the remaining worldly immortal disciples were about 400,000 to 500,000. With so many experts cultivating, it was equivalent to helping Gong Sunling refine the Mountain River geographical map. All of them were experts whose cultivation level was much higher than Gong Sunling's, and the speed at which they worked together was almost like flying. Watching a complete demonic beast corpse silently merge into the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye and become a part of the Mountain River geographical map, this feeling was very pleasant. What surprised Gong Sunling even more was that the merged demonic beast corpse would directly form a new spiritual vein at that location. This was something Gong Sunling never expected, and Yang Chen never expected. Who would have thought that the problem of the spiritual vein would be solved in this way, and they didn't even have to stay in the Dragon Palace for a long time. Demonic beasts above Xian Immortal Level 5 would form a Heaven Immortal Level spiritual vein, and those below this level would form a slightly lower level spiritual vein, an Earth Immortal Level. But no matter what, such a huge number was enough to make up for the lack of level. But it was normal. A Heaven Immortal Level spiritual vein could only support the spiritual energy of a Heaven Immortal during cultivation. Although the corpses of Xian Immortal Level 5 and above were lifeless, the spiritual energy contained within did not disappear, and after merging into a world, it was not surprising that it formed a spiritual vein suitable for Heaven Immortals to cultivate. Back in the mortal world, Long Xian alone provided the spiritual energy for everyone in the Zhao Manor to cultivate. The spiritual energy contained within the Xian Immortal Level demonic beast corpse was enough to satisfy the cultivation needs of a few Heaven Immortals. 100,000 cultivators, all Earth Immortals, Heaven Immortals and Xian Immortals, cultivated together, and the speed of refining the demonic beast corpse was like flying. A Xian Immortal Level demonic beast corpse turned into a spiritual vein in less than 2 days. This change made Gong Sunling ecstatic, but also gave Yang Chen a lot of thoughts. If this was how the spiritual vein in Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map was formed, then how did the spiritual vein in the real world appear? In the real world, there were more cultivators, but they did not discover any changes in the dead demonic beast corpses. Perhaps the real world was not as simple as a magic treasure. In the past, there were many aborigines, but most of them had very low cultivation levels. They didn't have a systematic cultivation method, and didn't have heavenly tribulations. Most of them were at the golden core and nascent soul stages. Only a few could reach the great ascension stage, and even rarer heaven immortal level. However, these powers did not have a significant effect on the spiritual realm's mountain river geographical map. In the mountain river geographical map, everything must be controlled according to the Master Gongsun Ling's mind. The cultivation base of these aborigines was low, and these masters of the Three River Alliance were in a bad mood recently. Gongsun Ling did not want the two sides to meet and bring disaster to these aborigines. Although the cultivators of the Three River Alliance were not evil cultivators who would kill without a care for the consequences, but who knew what kind of personality they would have under the stimulation of the destruction of their sex, so it was better to be safe. The aboriginals were directly sent to the mortal world, in the Mountain River geographical map, by Gongsun Ling. The cultivators of the Three River Alliance still stayed in the so-called spiritual world. Of course, there were also the cultivators who Gongsun Ling collected in the mortal world, who had gone through the heaven tribulation with her. Those were real human immortals, not like the aboriginals. The sudden addition of the cultivators was the real powerful force, almost reaching the effect of changing the world of the Mountain River geographical map. With the fusion and refining of the demonic beast corpses, the spiritual vein in the Mountain River geographical map increased, and the entire world of the Mountain River geographical map became more and more stable. Of course, such a good thing as the spiritual vein should be given to one's own people. Those old people, who followed Gongsun Ling all the way in the Mountain River geographical map, were used to living according to Gongsun Ling's arrangements and orders, so they were naturally considered one of them. First, a few heaven immortal spiritual veins were given to those people. Of course, always ignoring the experts of the Three River Alliance didn't seem to be a solution. If these guys had nothing to do, there was no guarantee that they would come up with something. The pursuit of spiritual veins was not an ordinary kind of urgency for cultivators. If they accidentally found a few heaven immortal and earth immortal spiritual veins, these experts would definitely be very happy. Therefore, some of the Three River Alliance experts were pleasantly surprised to find that they actually met companions and acquaintances in this strange place. Even if they weren't familiar with each other, they were all from the same sect, so of course they had to stick together. Then, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a spiritual vein not far away. There were no other cultivators around the spiritual vein. Obviously, it was an ownerless land. What did cultivation rely on? Wasn't it the law, earth, companion, and wealth? Wasn't the spiritual vein the land of law, earth, companion, and wealth? Since it was an ownerless land, and everyone found it, didn't this fulfill everyone's wish to cultivate? This strange place was obviously not that bad. Just the discovery of the spiritual vein was enough for these cultivators to cultivate in peace for a long time. Because of the spiritual vein, the experts of the Three River Alliance selectively ignored the fact that they could no longer find the cave abode in the sect and began to focus on cultivation. No matter when, only one's own cultivation could save one's life. Everything else was meaningless. Since they came to a strange place, and there were no hidden dangers around, who would doubt the fact that a few people could occupy a spiritual vein for cultivation? One should know that even the mountain gate of the Three River Alliance only had 8 heaven immortal spiritual veins and a few hundred earth immortal spiritual veins. That was shared by many disciples. Now that a few people could share a heaven immortal spiritual vein, how could they not take advantage of it? The same thought appeared in dozens of small groups. The earth immortal and above experts who appeared first had already formed into small groups. The Three River Alliance was originally an alliance of rogue cultivators, so they didn't have a close relationship with each other. But now there didn't seem to be anything wrong. No matter what, improving one's cultivation was the most important thing. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In 10 years, thousands of mystic immortal demon corpses had all been refined. Now, Gong Suanling's target had turned to the core cave abode of the Three River Alliance. As long as she refined this cave abode, not only would the mountain river geographical map have a bigger space, but the number of cultivators who could affect the map would also increase. Chapter 1974. While Gong Sunling was refining the mountain river geographical map, everyone did not rest. Apart from the metal element, the Dragon Palace had already gathered all the other 4 elements. Except for Shi Shanshan and Murong Han, as well as several maids who have not yet had a fixed exclusive room, the rest of the women were cultivating in their respective rooms. However, Shi Shanshan and the others with the metal attribute were not so discouraged. Her husband had already made a deal with Aolan, an expert of the Dragon Clan. They believed that the Golden Dragon Palace would soon be merged into the 5 Elements Dragon Palace. All of this happened in front of the women's eyes. From having nothing in the mortal world to being able to cultivate in the 5 Elements Dragon Palace, if not for the fact that the Dragon Palace was right in front of them, they might have thought that it was a dream. Who would have thought that mortals could cultivate to this point? Gong Sunling had entered the state, and Zhou Xianying was also in seclusion. Yang Chen did not favor one and discriminated against the other. He paid attention to the cultivation of each of the women. With his experience of creating the Merit Golden Body secret art and cultivating to the present realm, plus the memory of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal in his previous life, it was more than enough to guide the wives and maids of any genius. Gao Yu's problem was how to refine the fire and water dragon horns completely. This problem was more complicated. Even Yang Chen did not have a comprehensive solution now. He could only let Gao Yu cultivate her spiritual power and divine sense first. As for the magic treasure, he would ask Brother Li Cheng the next time he met him. He believed that Brother Li Cheng would have a solution. Even if Brother Li Cheng did not fully understand the Dragon Clan, it was still possible to come up with a compromise. The short-term goal of Sun Qingshue's current cultivation was very clear. That was to completely refine the ultimate demonized vine. That was a powerful second-grade earthly immortal. After being nurtured by Devil Qi for countless years, and after fusing with the blood demon vine, it was even more powerful. It was believed that when she refined it, her cultivation would at least reach the level of Earth Immortal. Shi Shanshan's cultivation path was more clear. The supreme pure Yang Sword Qi would not fall behind even in the immortal world. In terms of pure attack power, it could be ranked in the top 3 of the Sword Qi. Just cultivating this Sword Qi was enough for Shi Shanshan to cultivate from the mortal world all the way to the immortal world. Right now, the Murong sisters were wholeheartedly focused on controlling the dragon puppet, and then using the intermediate golden immortal dragon puppet to help them refine the 5 elements rope hook. It had to be said that this was also a shortcut. No matter what, the dragon puppet was still a member of the Dragon Clan. Even if no one knew how the Dragon Clan should refine it, there wouldn't be any harm in letting the dragon puppet make a move. Tao Junqi and Shi Wushuang were relatively weaker, but under Yang Chen's guidance, their cultivation of origin spirit force had also reached the point of perfection, and their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Speaking of which, the cultivation of Yang Chen's wives and concubines was quite normal. However, Lady Fanghua and her disciples were a bit confusing to Yang Chen. Lady Fanghua and the rest's cultivation levels were still within the normal range. Compared to before the Devil Calamity, there was a slight increase, but it was still within expectations. However, during the 10 years that they had been by Yang Chen's side, Lady Fanghua and the rest had given Yang Chen a huge surprise. The Devil Sex cultivation technique was indeed a rapid advancement, and everyone had a concept of it. Yang Chen was also very clear about it. However, no matter how rapid the advancement was, it was impossible to directly advance from the 7th stage of the Earth Immortal stage to the peak of the Earth Immortal stage in a short 10 years, right? What was even more surprising was that Lady Fanghua wasn't the only one who advanced. Even the cultivation of the 30 beautiful maids had increased like a hot knife through butter. To advance from the 5th stage of the Earth Immortal stage to the 9th stage of the Earth Immortal stage in 10 years, no matter how one looked at it, it wasn't normal. You guys used the Millennium Pill? There's no need, right? Yang Chen couldn't help but ask in surprise. This kind of advancement could only be explained by using the Millennium Pill. Could it be that there was some kind of devil technique that Yang Chen didn't know about that could increase one's cultivation quickly? No, it's Big Brother Li Cheng's Heavenly Essence Pill and the 28 Constellation Sky Splitting Array. Lady Fanghua enjoyed looking at Yang Chen's surprised expression. She finally covered her mouth and laughed for a while before replying with a sweet smile. In the past, I have been consolidating my cultivation according to your instructions. Recently, I felt that it was enough, so I started to refine the Heavenly Essence Pill that Big Brother Li Cheng gave me. The group of maids also smiled sweetly. Their husband was really muddle-headed at times, but the concern in his words was not fake. All the maids felt a burst of sweetness in their hearts. A Heavenly Essence Pill could increase your cultivation so much? Yang Chen was a little stunned. He originally thought that the Millennium Pill that he refined with the demonic killing bead was already very amazing. He didn't expect that Big Brother Li Cheng would use a pill to increase the average cultivation of 31 Earth Immortals to near the peak of the Earth Immortal stage. What kind of concept was this? That's not it. Lady Fanghua replied with a coquettish voice. Yang Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. If a pill could really have such an effect, then all the alchemists in the spiritual world should be ashamed to death. Less than half a pill. Seeing that Yang Chen was obviously relaxed, Lady Fanghua seemed to have guessed the reason. This almost mature stunner turned her eyes and said slowly in a very innocent tone. While talking, she also took out a golden medicinal pill for Yang Chen to see. Grandpa, you see, it's less than a tenth of it. Looking at the Heavenly Essence Pill that was not much smaller than in his memory, Yang Chen was stunned for a while. After the shock, there was another kind of indescribable feeling. No wonder there was always someone better. Although Yang Chen knew that Big Brother Li Cheng had some very brilliant methods, when Big Brother Li Cheng gave Yang Chen such a shock on the path of alchemy, Yang Chen could not help but re-evaluate himself. Have I become too complacent over the past few years? Because Yang Chen created the virtuous golden body art and cultivated it all the way to his current realm, he was very proud. Furthermore, he did not show any weakness when facing Aolan, a great expert of the dragon race, and even succeeded time after time. This made Yang Chen somewhat arrogant. Now that Xiao Chen saw the Heavenly Essence Pill that Big Brother Li Cheng gave to Lady Fanghua and the others, he became alert. At any time, pride was the greatest enemy of doing anything, not to mention cultivation. Having confidence was a good thing. However, too much confidence turned into blind confidence. That would be a disaster. Yang Chen was very glad that he saw this Tianyuan pill when he was not aware that he was already arrogant and complacent. All the things that made Yang Chen self-inflated were all thrown out of the sky by him. Xiao Chen was still far from being a true expert. He was not someone who could be arrogant just because he had some small accomplishment. Fortunately, Xiao Chen recognized this now. He still had time to maintain a calm state of mind and not do anything irreversible. Perhaps it was time to seek Big Brother Li Cheng's advice. Chapter 1975. Yang Chen's vigilance did not last long. Zhou Xianying woke up from her closed-door cultivation. With the marrow accumulation pill nourishing her body, even though Zhou Xianying had not moved for more than 10 years, she did not feel numb or have difficulty moving after waking up. On the contrary, Zhou Xianying was very spirited after her closed-door cultivation. Husband. Yang Chen was the first to sense that Zhou Xianying had come out of closed-door cultivation. When Zhou Xianying opened her eyes before she could stand up, a familiar hand helped her up. Zhou Xianying immediately revealed a sweet smile, and called out to Yang Chen intimately. If those people who were familiar with Granny Tianqin's style of doing things saw this scene, their eyeballs would probably pop out of their sockets. Is this still that ruthless Granny Tianqin who kills people at the drop of a hat? Of course, this was also what Yang Chen was most proud of. Even Granny Tianqin behaved like a good wife and loving mother in front of him. This gave him a much greater sense of accomplishment than killing a profound immortal demonic beast. Zhou Xianying had gained a lot from this closed-door cultivation. Not to mention anything else, just her cultivation had risen by 2 minor realms, directly reaching the rank 4 heavenly immortal realm. How difficult was it to jump 2 minor realms from the heavenly immortal realm in a short 10 years? Fortunately, Xiao Chun had accumulated enough in the past. This time, she had gained some comprehension in the area of music. Naturally, success came naturally. Xiao Chen's miraculous comprehension was all thanks to Yang Chen's pointers when the sect masters were splitting the spoils. Zhou Xianying did not care if she was the oldest or if she was much older than her husband. She burrowed into Yang Chen's embrace and expressed her gratitude affectionately. After that, she bathed and changed her clothes with the help of a few maidservants. Not long after Zhou Xianying came out of closed-door cultivation, Aolan, the super expert, also woke up. Of course, after Aolan woke up, she did not serve him as attentively as Yang Chen. They were not that close yet. The moment Aolan woke up, she broke out in a cold sweat before she could check her changes carefully. One had to know that she had suddenly entered a state of seclusion in Yang Chen's territory. Furthermore, she had unsuspectingly consumed the pill that Yang Chen had given her. If Yang Chen had any other thoughts, he might have eaten Aolan up already, leaving not even scraps behind. When did his vigilance become so poor? Could it be that Aolan is so at ease with Yang Chen because Aolai is by his side? Even Aolan found this reason funny. If Yang Chen wanted to do something, Aolai would not say whether he would stop him. Whether he could stop him or not was another matter. Don't look at how Aolan sometimes disdained Yang Chen, this kind of human immortal junior, but in her heart there was no trace of unspeakable fear. However, in what state of mind was she so unguarded against Yang Chen? Not only did he not look at Yang Chen's pill, but he also entered closed-door cultivation right under Yang Chen's nose. Such confidence was not like Aolan's usual character at all. Aolan was not someone who deceived others and herself, much less comforted herself. Those who thought that she was helpless against a human immortal junior like Yang Chen, a golden immortal, were even more of a joke. Not to mention anything else, just that fellow playing with all sorts of toys in the Dragon Palace was enough to make Aolan tremble in fear. Once they made a move, who knew what the consequences would be? Perhaps in Aolan's subconscious, she did not treat Yang Chen as an enemy. At the very least, when she saw Xiao Tian carrying the Dragon Pagoda, she was envious but did not have any other thoughts. Even the other dragon race magic treasures on Yang Chen were the same. Since Yang Chen could obtain all these, he should not be an enemy of the dragon race. After realizing this, Aolan relaxed like she was relieved of a heavy burden. Only now did Aolan start to pay attention to the effects of her closed-door cultivation. If Aolan had not seen it, she would not have known. The moment she saw it, she was startled. Even she had not expected that the effects of her closed-door cultivation would be so obvious. It even made her feel like she was dreaming. Aolan did not know how many years it had been since she had a dream. However, this dream felt so real. To think that there was a cultivator in the spiritual realm who could cultivate to peak golden immortal, just one step shy of becoming a perfected golden immortal. Many golden immortal experts in the immortal realm could not enter this realm. However, Aolan did it in the spiritual realm. Aolan was able to achieve this because of the inspiration from Yang Chen's words, which led to her breakthrough. Aolan thought about how many incredible things Yang Chen had done since she got to know him. Aolan felt that it was not ridiculous for her to run into such a good opportunity. Congratulations, senior. Yang Chen already cupped his fist and congratulated Aolan. Aolan's great improvement in cultivation was indeed something worth congratulating. That dragon race expert from the Zhao clan would probably have a headache. Don't call me senior. Aolan could not help retorting. Don't you find it uncomfortable to call me senior? I feel that you are making me sound old. Big sister Ao. When it came to climbing up the ladder, Yang Chen was definitely an expert, an outstanding talent among outstanding talents. The moment Aolan complained, Yang Chen immediately changed the way he addressed Aolan. Aolan was already aware of the trust and closeness she had for Yang Chen. She was very satisfied with him addressing her as big sister. Only then did it make them appear close. Aolan gave a firm answer before returning the greeting, little brother Yang. Congratulations, big sister. Aolai also came over to congratulate Aolan. After that, the other women all congratulated Aolan. Of course, since Yang Chen already addressed Aolan as big sister Ao and Aolan acknowledged it, even addressing Yang Chen as little brother, Yang Chen's women naturally followed Yang Chen's lead and addressed Aolan as big sister Ao. Actually, when Yang Chen addressed Aolan as big sister Ao for the first time, all the women knew that their husband had gained another great backer in the spiritual realm. This expert was the strongest expert they had ever seen. He was even stronger than the primal chaos world Lin Jingyuan. In the future, as long as their husband did not do anything that angered the heavens and the people, he would basically be able to do whatever he wanted in the spiritual realm. This was a joyous matter. It was good news for everyone. At the very least, with this address of siblings, it would be easier for them to ask for advice on certain matters. For example, how to refine the dragon race's magic treasures. Of course, everyone knew what to do. No one would speak at this moment. When their relationship became even more intimate, perhaps Aolan would take the initiative to bring it up. Husband, we have already been here for quite some time. Aling is almost done collecting that cave. What should we do next? Gao Yu represented everyone and asked the question that everyone was concerned about. This time, it is the core sect of the Tri-River Alliance. Let's go somewhere else to try our luck. Yang Chen chuckled and said, who knows, we might run into the people of the Scarlet Blood sect or the 10,000 Fiends sect. Chapter 1976. The reason why Gao Yu asked this question so quickly was to divert everyone's attention. In the end, she did not know whether to laugh or cry at Yang Chen's answer. Aolan was an old monster who had lived in the spiritual realm for tens of thousands of years. Such a strong expert had spoken politely, and Yang Chen actually followed her wishes and called her big sister. This was not respectful at all. No matter what, Aolan's seniority surpassed that of all the cultivators in the spiritual realm. For a human immortal junior to call her big sister, she did not pay attention and even agreed. Aolan had just woken up from closed-door cultivation and was probably not very clear-headed. Once he came to his senses, he might turn hostile. Even if he couldn't go back on his words because of what he had said, he might have resentment towards Yang Chen in his heart. With such an expert with a grudge by their side, it was an incomparably horrifying matter no matter how they thought about it. Thus, Gao Yu, who valued Yang Chen more than herself, could only use this stupid method to divert attention. Of course, there was another reason. After all, Aolan and Aolai could not keep following Yang Chen's family around, right? This question was also a way of asking them to leave. However, Gao Yu did not expect Yang Chen to reply like this. This was truly unexpected. Being able to coincidentally run into the people of the Three River Alliance in this spirit vein was already considered lucky. Could it be that the experts of the Scarlet Blood sect and the 10,000 Fiends sect are fools? Or are they controlled by Hubby and will definitely appear at the place that Hubby points out? The moment Yang Chen said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Among them, The most spirited was Gong Sunling. The core sect of the Three River Alliance had nearly solidified the world in the Mountain River geographical map. Furthermore, this was under the situation where it had not been completely refined. If she obtained the core sects of the Scarlet Blood sect and the 10,000 Fiends sect, Gong Sunling did not dare to imagine what the Mountain River geographical map would become. There is such a good thing? Before Gao Yu could say anything, Aolan had already interrupted, saying, "Little brother, quickly bring us over to take a look. I also want to know what the Mountain River geographical map will become if we follow your method. I also want to know to what extent a Ling's cultivation will grow if she refines 2 more big caves." When Aolan addressed Yang Chen as little brother, she did not force it at all. She said it naturally and smoothly. It seemed like she was not dissatisfied with how Yang Chen addressed her. Instead, she quickly got into her role. Seeing this, Gao Yu was also slightly relieved. It seemed that things were not as bad as she thought. Hearing Aolan's words, everyone looked at Gong Sunling in shock. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but the moment he did, he was shocked. During these 10 years, not only did Zhou Xianying's and Aolan's cultivations increase, but even the master of the Mountain River geographical map, Gong Sunling's cultivation had improved greatly. Initially, he was only a grade 5 human immortal, but without anyone noticing, he had directly leaped to the peak of human immortal, almost stepping into the earth immortal realm. Initially, Tao Junkie's cultivation level was the highest among the worldly immortals, but now it had become Gong Sunling. Yang Chen was both startled and delighted. He even felt a little guilty. While he was in closed-door cultivation, he did not pay attention to the people around him. This was not right. This is a sudden change that occurred after I finished the initial refinement of the cave. I did not mean to hide it from husband. Everyone looked at Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling also appeared somewhat embarrassed. When she saw that Yang Chen did not seem to know anything, she could not help explaining, "I do not know if it is good or bad to increase one's cultivation like this. What is bad or bad about it?" Before Yang Chen could say anything, Aolan already said tyrannically, "What do you think the magic treasure of my dragon race is? Could it be that the qualitative change in the Mountain River geographical map still does not allow the master's cultivation to increase? What do you take my dragon race's magic treasure for?" However, didn't husband keep saying that the foundation must be good? Before Gong Sunling said anything, Sun Qingxue had already jumped out and countered Aolan with a question. "There is nothing wrong with progressing steadily, right?" When Aolan saw Sun Qingxue defending Yang Chen like this, he could not help but tease her. Progressing steadily is not wrong. However, no one said that raising one's cultivation quickly is wrong. Sister Ling's cultivation base has increased so quickly, and it's not like Sister Fanghua's cultivation method. There will always be some flaws, right? Sun Qingxue was very dissatisfied and quickly asked, "It's always good to have a solid foundation. You said it yourself. That is laying the foundation." Aolan's dragon face revealed a smile that everyone could understand, like he was teasing a child. He asked jokingly, "Are you all still laying the foundation now?" Aolan's words stunned everyone, including Yang Chen. Indeed, they had already ascended from the mortal realm to the spiritual realm. They were no longer laying the foundation in the past. However, the cultivation method of the Taoist sects had always been like this, advancing steadily and steadily. Everyone kept feeling that something was wrong. Relying on little brother's medicinal pills to forcefully raise one's cultivation is not a good method. Aolan turned serious, no longer teasing Sun Qingxue. He said carefully, however, "The increase in the quality of the life magic treasure will increase the master's cultivation as well. There are many benefits and no drawback. Why worry?" After saying that, Aolan turned to Gao Yu, the Murong sisters, and the others whose life magic treasures were dragon race magic treasures. He said seriously, "It is the same for the few of you. Quickly find a method suitable for you human cultivators to raise your life magic treasures. It will be much more useful than blindly studying cultivation technique. Gao Yu and the Murong sisters knew that this was priceless advice. They bowed and thanked Aolan in unison. Aolan waved his hand and said, "In any case, you are little brother's wives and concubines, not outsiders. However, I cannot say more than that. Comprehend it yourself." Based on Aolan's appearance, it seemed like there were some taboos about the dragon race's magic treasures that Aolan could not say. However, everyone was already very satisfied. For Aolan to say this much, she was already giving them a lot of face. It looked like she was very satisfied with Yang Chun, her new little brother. When she gave pointers, she did not ask for conditions or benefits like she did in the past. Yang Chun was very grateful as well. No matter what, he had learned more. This made Yang Chun even more determined to find big brother Li Qing to seek guidance. However, before Xiao Chen went to look for big brother Li Qing, he had to deal with the Scarlet Blood sect and the 10,000 Fiends sect first. Otherwise, he would waste time and miss the opportunity to be taken in by the Zhao clan. Just like how he dealt with the Three River Alliance, Yang Chun used the same method as when he was dealing with the Three River Alliance. First, he found a spirit vein that the Scarlet Blood sect found later. However, he discovered that the two spirit veins did not show any signs of being touched. It was only until the third spirit vein that he discovered a concealment formation similar to the one the Three River Alliance used. The effect of the formation was the same, but the method was different. Gong Sunling even studied it in passing. This time, Yang Chun and the others did not have to wait for long. In less than 2 months after they discovered the spirit vein, there were experts who rushed into the spirit vein. Then, like the profound Immortal expert from the Three River Alliance, they started to control the 2 cave magic treasures to absorb spiritual energy. Chapter 1977. Unlike Three River Alliance, this expert from Holocaust sect controlled 2 cave mansions. It was unknown whether the level of the cave mansions was lower than Three River Alliance or because the foundation was deeper than Three River Alliance. Yang Chun guessed the latter. After all, Holocaust sect was a strict organization with strict seniority, while Three River Alliance was just a rogue cultivator alliance. Their cohesiveness were incomparable. Big Sister Aolan still took the initiative this time. A mere Xian Immortal expert was nothing before Aolan advanced. Now that she was a peak Golden Immortal, it was even easier. The 2 cave mansions immediately entered the Mountain River geographical map after passing through Xiao Tian's mouth. Of course, the corpse of a Xian Immortal Master was also quickly refined into a Celestial Immortal grade spirit vein in the Mountain River geographical map. Three River Alliance's cave mansions were not completely refined yet. There was only one last step left. It must be said that this kind of cave mansions that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of spiritual realm cultivators and allow them to cultivate normally was very powerful. If it wasn't for Gong Suanling's 100,000 Heaven Immortal and Earth Immortal experts, she wouldn't have been able to refine it to this extent in just 10 years. In order to speed up the refining process, she needed to increase the number of experts. Therefore, this batch of disciples from Holocaust sect became Gong Suanling's target. Gong Sunling took a completely different approach to Holocaust sect's cave mansions than Three River Alliance's. Before refining the Three River Alliance's cave mansions, Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map was not stable enough. A few Xian Immortal experts or hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts could easily break through. If there were enough Earth Immortal experts, it wasn't impossible to break through. Therefore, she carefully separated those experts and tried to make them think that this was the real world. With their own strength, she was able to refine thousands of Xian Immortal beasts' corpses and half of Three River Alliance's cave mansions. Now, the Mountain River geographical map was stable enough that even hundreds of Xian Immortal experts might not be able to break through. Moreover, there were many spiritual veins. Those cultivators all gathered together to enjoy the abundant spiritual veins. Who would think of anything else? They were gradually lost in the mountain river geographical map and unconsciously became Gong Suanling's slaves. No matter how powerful the experts from the Holocaust sect were, it was impossible for them to play any tricks on the mountain river geographical map that had been stabilized by the 100,000 experts from the Three River Alliance. Moreover, Gong Sunling only said that she took the initiative to provoke the two caves of the Holocaust sect so that the experts inside would come out on their own. As for how to deal with them after they came out, it was still the same method. Although the mountain river geographical map was stable, he had yet to completely refine the Three River Alliance's cave abode. It was not advisable to create new problems and cause failure at the last moment. Just as Gong Sunling had expected, hundreds of experts rushed out from the two caves of the Holocaust sect at the first instance. It seemed that they had been in a state of anxiety recently, fearing that the major sect would come knocking on their door. On one hand, the higher-ups had to unify their thinking and suppress those troublemakers who could not accept this fact. On the other hand, they had to win over the disciples under them. On the outside, they had to be on guard against the enemy's encirclement. These experts who rushed out at the first instance were the emergency troops of the Holocaust sect. Unfortunately, when they came out, they realized that they were in an unfamiliar place. There were at most dozens of their companions around them, and there was a rather good spiritual vein not far away. This strange environment made them puzzled. Another important discovery was that they couldn't find the cave abode that they came out from. This was a big matter. The few of them immediately gathered together with the one with the highest cultivation level as the leader. Everyone carefully explored the surroundings and confirmed that this place was safe. Finally, after not knowing what had happened, everyone unanimously decided to cultivate with the help of the spiritual vein. It was more important to increase their cultivation level so that they wouldn't panic no matter what happened. Something must have happened in the cave abode of the sect. It was definitely a strong enemy, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. They didn't know what exactly happened, but since they were already here, they should take things as they came. The most important thing was to settle the few of them who were still alive. Right next to the spiritual vein, everyone started to take turns to guard and cultivate. These hundreds of people were either Xian Immortals or Heaven Immortals. Their cultivation level was very high. Once they joined the cultivation team, Gong Sunling could obviously feel that the refining speed had increased. Unfortunately, the number of people was still too little. Although their cultivation level was high, they were facing more than 100,000 Heaven Immortals and Earth Immortals. Their addition only sped up a little. More cultivators were needed. Gong Sunling seemed to be addicted to it. After settling this group of people, she immediately started to stimulate the two cave abodes to wait for more cultivators to come out. Why so troublesome? When Yang Chen heard Gong Sunling telling him about the situation in the mountain river geographical map, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. As long as you put your own divine sense imprint on the cave abode, you can control the cultivators inside to enter and exit. The cave abodes of the sect were controlled by the core higher-up. Who could enter and who could leave was controlled by the controller. It was impossible for a disciple to easily enter and exit the core cave abode of the sect. This should be common sense. Because Gong Sunling was worried that too many masters would come out and break the mountain river geographical map, she had been very careful to control the number of people. It was not until a few months ago that it really stabilized. She had never considered the key in this. Now that Yang Chen reminded her, she suddenly realized that she had done a stupid thing. She couldn't help but waved her small fist and hit Yang Chen's chest before stopping. She blamed him for not reminding her earlier, causing her to waste so much time. You can't say that what you did before was wrong. Yang Chen smiled and endured Gong Sunling's fist. He held Gong Sunling in his arms. At the beginning, I can't release too many masters. Safety is the first priority. Fortunately, you didn't pay attention. If I release them all at once, there might be a big problem. Gong Sunling finally accepted Yang Chen's explanation. After staying in Yang Chen's arms for a while, she immediately began to control the Three River Alliance's cave abode according to Yang Chen's instructions. The Three River Alliance's cave abode was almost refined, not to mention the divine sense imprint. It was under Gong Sunling's command. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of human immortal disciples in the cave abode were released and scattered to the various spiritual veins. Gong Sunling also had an extra thought. She sent these people to the original Three River Alliance's Heaven Immortal Masters, so that everyone could report their names and take care of each other. These new guys would involuntarily follow the seniors who have been wandering outside for 10 years to cultivate together. Hundreds of thousands of human immortal disciples poured in. This was a large number of fresh troops. The speed of refining the cave abode directly increased by 2 times. Gong Sunling still felt a little anxious. Under the strong request of Yang Chen, after careful calculation, she controlled the 2 cave abode of Holocaust sect and released hundreds of thousands of human immortal disciples. However, she didn't dare to release all of them. Chapter 1978. At this time, the number of human immortal stage cultivators in the entire Mountain River geographical map was close to 1 million. The refining speed had soared again, and Gong Sunling was very satisfied. However, this was not the final arrangement. Under the suggestion of Yang Chen, the various medicine garden magic weapons of the Three River Alliance and the Holocaust sect in the 3 core caves were all taken out by Gong Sunling. These were the treasures of the 2 sects. They did not belong to any single disciple. They were usually hidden in the secret room of the sect. This time, it was a bargain for Gong Sunling. These medicine gardens were all small-scale cave magic weapons, but it was much easier to refine them than the large-scale cave of the Three River Alliance's core cave. A medicine garden with a radius of 100 miles was collectively refined by these millions of cultivators in 2 days and nights. It was integrated into the Mountain River geographical map and became a piece of the ground. With each small medicine garden being refined, the Mountain River geographical map became more and more stable. The world inside became more and more real, and it inevitably brought the power of the Mountain River geographical map to greater height. This was not only reflected in the battle to confuse and collect stronger enemies, but also had a sharp bonus effect when refining the internal space. Gong Sunling almost gave up refining the Three River Alliance's cave and concentrated on refining these small medicine gardens. It was said to be a small medicine garden, but it was also relative to the core cave of the Three River Alliance that had a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. The medicine garden with a radius of 100 miles was indeed not big, but it was a large number. The Three River Alliance had collected no less than hundreds of them. All kinds of rare medicinal materials cultivated in them were all taken by Gong Sunling. Naturally, taking advantage of Gong Sunling meant taking advantage of Yang Chen. When the first medicine garden was refined, Hannah Mengyu took Yang Chen's pure bottle medicine garden into the Mountain River geographical map of the master's wife. She went to the refining space of the medicine garden to see what good things were while plundering the pure bottle medicine garden. Those that were less than 10,000 years old were all crops. Whether it was Hannah Mengyu, a Zhu or a Bai, they would not look at it. Hannah Mengyu was worthy of being an expert in plant affinity. After eating Yang Chen's merit body refining pill, the acquired wood attribute was full, and that kind of affinity became stronger. How long has it been since he ascended? He has already promoted 2 small realms by relying on the contact with a Zhu and a Bai in the medicine garden. Compared with Mu Bai and Yi Yu, who were outside killing monsters for the trial, he was not worse. After Ah Ling refines the Three River Alliance's cave mansion, we'll also go in and see what the Three River Alliance's core mountain gate looks like. Gao Yu also teased, but her words also moved everyone's heart. One should know that the Three River Alliance was one of the super sects in the spiritual realm. Inside the core cave, Aside from all kinds of spirit veins and resources, there were also all kinds of inheritance that the Three River Alliance had accumulated over the years. To any cultivator, these were rare treasures, so who wouldn't be tempted? Unfortunately, if there is a heavenly tribulation in the spiritual realm, there are billions of aborigines here. Even if there are very few who have reached the human immortal realm, there will be millions of them. Millions of people refining together will definitely refine faster. Gong Sunling also felt it was a pity that she couldn't use such a good resource. Anyone would feel this way. Gong Sunling's words seemed to have reminded Gao Yu and Yang Chen. Gao Yu immediately turned to Yang Chen and asked a little uncertainly, "Husband, Fatty Jing, did Senior Jing say that he left the heavenly tribulation room to you?" When Gao Yu mentioned it, the women seemed to remember it. It seemed that there was such a thing. How could he be willing? Yang Chen pursed his lips and said slowly, "But I have already asked him for it. If he doesn't give it, I will snatch it." He didn't object. The lightning tribulation room was too important to Chunyang Palace. It could increase many new disciples for Chunyang Palace in the spiritual realm. In his previous life, it was occupied by Xiantian sect. In this life, it belonged to Chunyang Palace, but Yang Chen didn't want Fatty Jing to take the entire conch underwater mansion with him when he ascended. However, Gong Sunling's words made Yang Chen suddenly have an idea. Since the ultimate goal of the Mountain River geographical map was to become another world, then this world was also divided into the mortal realm and the spiritual realm. In the future, there would be the immortal realm, and then there would be their own heavenly tribulation. Finally, they would ascend to the immortal realm. Just thinking about it made people excited. This was directly controlling a world. It was not too much to say that he was the creator. At that time, Yang Chen didn't even dare to imagine how glorious the future would be. What was the difference between the master of a world and the master of the heavenly court? It might even be greater. Not all the cultivators under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court listened to the heavenly court. Furthermore, the creatures in the Mountain River geographical map that Gong Sunling created were all submissive to Gong Sunling. Perhaps this was the original intention of the dragon race when they created this magic treasure. They wanted to create a world with the dragon race as the creator, and all the creatures there would worship the dragon race. However, for some reason, after creating the Mountain River geographical map, they didn't continue. Instead, they hid it in the treasury. Xiao Qian wanted to ask Big Sister Aolan, but it was obvious that they wanted her to reveal the secrets of the dragon race. From their previous interactions, Aolan cared a lot about this. It was better not to speak, lest both sides felt awkward. Whether the Mountain River geographical map could successfully merge with the heavenly tribulation room or not required further analysis. Yang Chen didn't dare to guarantee success. Before he was sure, he shouldn't make a move, lest he damaged the heavenly tribulation room, a treasure of heaven and earth, which was not worth the loss. However, the idea of merging the heavenly tribulation room was deeply rooted in Yang Chen's mind. If there was a chance, he would discuss it with Big Brother Li Cheng. Presumably, he could find a better way. Moreover, merging the core mountain gate and cave residences of several sects was just the first step in Yang Chen's plan. The ultimate goal, Yang Chen wanted Gong Sunling to merge with the world at the exit of the demon beast space, which was the real big guy. If this plan was really feasible, Yang Chen even wanted to let the Mountain River geographical map swallow the core of the demon continent and the world at the other end of the demon continent collected in the mortal world. Presumably, after adding these two big worlds, the Mountain River geographical map could really transform into a new world. As for Yang Chen himself, as long as he had the entrance to the Immortal beheading platform, the Immortal beheading saber would be invincible. There was no need to use other space nodes to increase its power. The idea of merging with the world was too incredible. Not to mention that Yang Chen only had this idea. As for how to carry it out, it still needed further research. At this time, Big Brother Li Cheng might be able to give him a better suggestion, or the two sides could discuss a good and feasible method. It seemed that there were too many problems to discuss with Big Brother Li Cheng, so Yang Chen was not surprised. This mysterious Big Brother had never been stumped by anything. If it really didn't work, he could ask Big Brother Li Cheng if he could help Gong Sunling with the merit chapter. Chapter 1979. The core cave house of the Holocaust sect was in hand. It was not the time to go back and find Brother Li Cheng. It was still the same reason. There was still the Thousand Demons sect outside. The Zhao family would definitely find a way to settle it in the shortest time. Three River Alliance, Holocaust sect and Thousand Demons sect. These three sects were super sects with hundreds of thousands of disciples. The Zhao family would never give up easily. If they didn't grab the Zhao family at this time, there would be no such good opportunity in the future. So after getting the two cave houses of the Holocaust sect, they didn't care about refining it immediately. Even Gao Yu began to urge Yang Chen to find the spiritual vein of the Thousand Demons sect immediately. The girls were not surprised that their husband could know so many hidden spiritual veins. From the beginning of the mortal world, Yang Chen had shown many unusual things. What made the girls admire the most was the ability to find treasures of heaven and earth by relying on the clues recorded in a large number of ancient books. It was simply incredible. Finding a few spiritual veins was not a big deal. Moreover, everyone knew the price of Yang Chen's elixir in the spiritual realm. They believed that as long as Yang Chen was willing, he could exchange the elixir for any information, including this kind of secret for the super sect. No matter how big the sect was, there would be a few guys who were willing to sell the sect's information in exchange for their own interests. Everyone was obedient and didn't ask about this kind of thing. Even if they asked, they knew that Yang Chen would definitely not say it. Strictly speaking, this was a business between her husband and these people. It was just a business that couldn't see the light of day. Whether it was for the sake of credibility or he didn't want them to worry, Yang Chen would certainly not tell them the details. In the past, Yang Chen asked Gao Yu and the others that he knew a lot of secret. Weren't they interested? This was the answer Gao Yu gave. This conventional understanding saved Yang Chen a lot of effort to explain. At least he wouldn't let everyone understand that he had an extra life's memory. When he got the cave house of the Three River Alliance, he was afraid of the masters inside, so he accelerated the refining and stabilized the world of the Mountain River geographical map. Now that he didn't have to worry about this problem, it would be best to deal with the 10,000 Demon sect's Immortal Cave as soon as possible. After all, everything had to be done in order to be safe. No matter how good the plan was, it couldn't hold up against unforeseen events. Under everyone's urging, Yang Chen had no choice but to get up again. He steered the mysterious Sky Nethersea shuttle toward another secret place at high speed. The reason why it was said to be stealthy was that the mysterious Sky Nethersea shuttle had never emerged from the ground. It had been stealthily traveling underground. Yang Chen knew that the future spirit veins of the 10,000 Demon sect were all in places that were still occupied by demonic beast hordes. If he casually showed himself, he would attract a lot of trouble. Although they had an expert like Ao Lan by their side, dealing with a large number of profound immortal demonic beasts would definitely cause a commotion. It would not be good if they scared off the 10,000 Demon sect's people. It was better to keep a low profile and silently make a fortune. Because all the major sect's forces were focused on eliminating the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the Thousand Beasts sect, most of the top experts were tied up in this matter. Therefore, the progress of recovering the lost land was slowed down. More accurately speaking, it had almost come to a standstill. Without a top expert to deal with those profound immortal demonic beasts, ordinary cultivators could only go to the areas where the profound immortal demonic beasts had already been cleared and kill some low-grade demonic beasts to train. They did not dare to casually enter the territories that had not been recovered. Now that the relationship between Yang Chen and Ao Lan was different, Aolan's attitude toward Yang Chen was also different. Aolan even took the initiative to help with matters like merging the Dragon Palace and the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle. She was no longer like before, where she had to negotiate the conditions first. Of course, Yang Chen's family did not hesitate to return a plum for a peach. All the girls used all their tricks, serving Aolan, this senior, very well. Everything she ate, drank, and wore were all exquisite, handmade by the girls themselves. Even in daily life, when Fang Hua commanded the group of maidservants, she treated Aolan like an empress and served her. Even Aolai, who was brought along, was extremely satisfied. There was no need to mention Aolan. Fortunately, there was a similar concealment array above the spirit vein that Yang Chen rushed to. This meant that the cultivators of the 10,000 demon sect had already discovered this place. All they had to do was to wait for the rabbit. However, something that they thought was foolproof still went wrong, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. The reason was because of the word demon. The 10,000 demon sect was a sect of the demon race. Almost all the disciples were from the demon race. When facing those crazy demonic beasts, their identity as a member of the demon race gave them an advantage. Compared to human cultivators, it was easier for those demonic beasts to recognize them. Don't underestimate this little bit of recognition. Sometimes it meant the difference between life and death. The demonic beasts would not attack the moment they met. They would even allow the demon race cultivators to get close. To the cultivators, this was an advantage that they had over human cultivators. Even if they were to get closer and launch a sneak attack, they would have more chances of killing than humans. Among them, there were many talented demon race cultivators who could even blend into the group of demonic beasts. This made the demonic beasts not see them as enemies. This was even more terrifying. Needless to say, everyone knew the benefit. Among this group of monster race cultivators, there was a group of even more outstanding fellows who possessed a talent that would make others jealous to death. That was the ability to communicate with these berserk monster beasts, and even command them in a simple manner. These outstanding and lucky fellows were very few in number. Maybe there would be one or two among the hundreds of millions of demon race cultivators. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Otherwise, the demonic beasts would have been dispersed by a large number of these demon race cultivators. It was very unfortunate for Yang Chen and the others, but it was very fortunate for the 1,000 Demon sect that they had such an extremely lucky disciple in their sect. Moreover, he was an expert at the peak of the Sky Immortal stage. He was only one step away from the Xian Immortal stage. At least a quarter of the 10,000 demon sect's territory was conquered by this special heaven immortal disciple. Such a talented disciple was naturally the sect's treasure. During the Battle of the Three River Alliance, the 10,000 demon sect didn't send this disciple, who was only at the peak heaven immortal level, to fight because of the Zhao family's arrangements. They only let him stay in the sect. It was also fortunate that this was the case. Otherwise, if he gathered tens of thousands of Xian immortal-level demonic beasts on the battlefield and formed an army, even with the help of the dragon puppet, it would be hard to say who would win. One move and they lost everything. In the end, the 10,000 demon sect lost the battle. They had no choice but to bring the old and young of the sect to hide in the core of the sect. But with such an expert in a place where demonic beasts ran rampant, he was naturally the one to control the sect's cave. Chapter 1980. This 10,000 demon sect celestial immortal expert was responsible for the sect. Even with his celestial immortal cultivation, he could not guarantee his safety. Hence, there were dozens of demonic beasts above grade 5 profound immortal around him at all times. Yang Chen and the others originally thought that a profound immortal demonic beast would arrive with a cave abode. They did not expect dozens of profound immortal demonic beasts to charge down instantly. That 10,000 demon sect fellow was hidden among them. He could even imitate his cultivation. No one could tell for a moment. This fellow was really skilled at hiding himself. Even the peak golden immortal Aeolon could not tell who the person was. However, she was skilled and bold. She immediately released her spiritual sense to check and instantly found the target. Originally, with Aeolan's cultivation and her background, such a spiritual sense should not be discovered by the target. However, the other party was a freak. This fellow was only a peak heaven immortal. Although he did not look like much, his sensitivity was top-notch. He was very talented. He was able to discover Aeolan's dragon race spiritual sense immediately and even pinpoint Aeolan's location. The most shocking thing was that this fellow could even vaguely sense that Aeolan's cultivation was already at the golden immortal realm. Instantly, the dozens of profound immortal demonic beasts exploded like a hornet's nest was poked. They all charged in the direction Aeolon was hiding. As for that 10,000 demon sect celestial immortal expert, he fled the spirit vein in the opposite direction. Of course, as he fled, he did not forget to put away the cave abode he just took out. Actually, Aeolon just had to wait a little longer. That fellow would not have thought that there was a cultivator in the spirit vein. Naturally, he would have taken out the cave abode to absorb spiritual energy. At that time, it would be clear who the person was. Who would have expected Aeolon to be so anxious? In the end, she exposed herself. Seeing that the target she was responsible for was about to escape, Aeolon could no longer maintain her composure. She roared and twisted her dragon body. She opened her dragon claws and casually grabbed two demonic beasts in front of her and tossed them away. Her huge dragon body knocked away 5 or 6 demonic beasts in her way and charged out. Unexpectedly, the moment that guy from the Myriad Demon sect rushed out of the ground, he immediately released hundreds of Xian immortal-level demonic beasts. These demonic beasts that suddenly appeared were actually like an organized army. They worked together and launched ferocious attacks in the direction that Aeolon was about to charge out from. Aeolon had just peeked out when hundreds of profound immortal demonic beasts attacked him together. Even though she was already a peak golden immortal, she was still knocked back into the spirit vein when she was caught off guard by such a level of attack. Fortunately, Aeolan's cultivation was strong enough. A tool of this level did not injure him at all. Even though big sister Aeolon was not injured, she had already lost a great deal of face after being knocked back. Ever since Aeolon got to know Yang Chen, she had never seen Aeolon suffer such grievances. All the experts from the sect master to the sect master of the 5 elements sect's inner sect had been suppressed by Aeolon to the point where they did not even dare to breathe. Today, they actually suffered such a great disadvantage before an insignificant heavenly immortal junior. If this could be tolerated, what could not? Aeolon immediately became enraged. He opened his mouth and roared furiously, his voice shaking the surroundings. Nearly all the creatures within thousands of kilometers trembled in fear at this roar. Regular demonic beasts would definitely flee as far as they could when Aeolon unleashed his might. However, this time, Aeolon did not run into ordinary demonic beasts. Instead, they were demonic beasts that this fellow from the 10,000 Fiends sect had tamed. That fellow clearly knew that he was facing a golden immortal expert, but he only wanted to flee. He left behind these hundreds of demonic beasts to delay Aeolon and buy time for himself. He had no intention of letting these demonic beasts live. It had to be said that this fellow was a decisive person. When he released so many demonic beasts at the start, he had already made up his mind. He had used some unknown method to drive all the demonic beasts absolutely crazy, making them even crazier than those demonic beasts in the demonic calamity. All they could think about was killing their targets and nothing else. As for Aeolon himself, he immediately turned around and fled, not wasting any time. Even though the hundreds of crazed demonic beasts instinctively suppressed their races, they still maintained their crazed state after being startled by Aeolan's dragon roar, charging at Aeolon. even though Aolan had already used her mouth, claws, and body to smash into the demonic beasts, instantly killing 6 or 7 demonic beasts. When hundreds of berserk, mindless demonic beasts swarmed over, how could she escape so easily? That was not all. That fellow was definitely a dependable fellow. He had subdued many demonic beasts in the past few years. Just as he fled a distance away, hundreds more demonic beasts appeared beside him, charging at the spirit vein with bloodshot eyes. To that fellow, as long as the demonic beast tide remained, he could have as many demonic beasts as he wanted. They were really just cannon fodder. The 2 groups of crazed demonic beasts were sufficient to keep Aolan here for a while. However, that fellow from the 10,000 Fiends sect casually summoned a flying sword that looked extremely fast and was about to ride it to escape. At this point, Yang Chun and the others' plan of sneak attacking Aolan was completely exposed. They could no longer get their way. What was even more serious was that there was a high chance that this fellow could escape. Even if he could not escape, once he realized that he could not escape, he would release all the 10,000 Fiend sect disciples in the cave. That would be a huge problem. Even if Aolan had the ability to slaughter hundreds of thousands of Fiend race cultivators and snatch the cave, Yang Chen's operation this time would be a complete failure. Xiao Chen's original plan was to obtain both the cave and the cultivators. Losing hundreds of thousands of cultivators in one go would definitely make Gong Xuanling's heart ache. Aolan was entangled. Be it Ao Lai or Zhou Xianying, they did not have the confidence to deal with Aolan in one move. Only Yang Chun had the ability to preserve the cave completely. Left without a choice, Yang Chun could only make a move. The immortal beheading saber instantly appeared. Then, driven by Xiao Chen's second primordial spirit, it flew out and chopped at the fleeing heavenly immortal fiend. This was the first time the immortal beheading saber left Yang Chen's hand after he merged his second primordial spirit into it. The moment the immortal beheading saber left Yang Chen's hand, Xiao Chen's second primordial spirit drove the blood river's killing intent to its limit. Similarly, this was the first time Xiao Chen unleashed all his killing intent in the spiritual realm. Back then, Yang Chen had only sealed the blood river's killing intent in his sea of consciousness. When he unleashed it, the entire world was shocked. However, that was in the mortal realm, where the cultivator's cultivations were very low. This time, Yang Chen did not have much hope. He only hoped that it could intimidate that heavenly immortal fiend and prevent him from escaping. However, Xiao Chen did not expect that when this killing intent was unleashed by Xiao Chen's second primordial spirit, its might would reach an unimaginable level. Chapter 1981. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, all the living beings that could feel it felt as though there was a thunderous roar in their ears. That feeling was very strange. There was no sound, but it was like a huge bell ringing in their head. It was deafening. Almost at the same time, all the living beings felt a bone-chilling cold. This was not the cold outside, but the trembling in their hearts. No matter how high their cultivation was, no matter how talented they could not stop the fear of their lives being frozen. Aolan, who was as strong as a peak golden immortal, was also stunned at this moment, her mind going blank. Even though she immediately broke free from that ice-cold murderous intent, it was undeniable that she was indeed shocked at that moment. Even Aolan was startled. The demonic beasts, whose cultivations were much weaker than Aolan's, were simply like a bolt from the blue. No matter how crazy or irrational the demonic beasts were, in front of this crazy killing intent that could be felt from every inch of their bodies and bones, their instinctive fear was awakened. They stood rooted to the ground, maintaining their original posture, not daring to move at all. Hundreds of demonic beasts fell heavily to the ground in that ridiculous posture, causing an intense tremor. However, it did not affect anything. All the surrounding demonic beasts were the same. None of them were startled by this commotion. Furthermore, these were Xian immortal demonic beasts. Any lower would be even worse. Countless demonic beasts were so scared that they wet their pants. Their bodies went limp. How could there be any demonic beasts that went berserk? There were only demonic beasts that were terrified to the extreme. None of them could maintain their arrogance. The only place that was not affected was the Dragon Palace. Perhaps the cultivators in the 10,000 demon sects' cave abode would not be affected either. No matter how strong the immortal beheading saber's killing intent was, it was not strong enough to pierce through space. At that moment, the 10,000 demon sects' heaven immortal expert was no better than the other demonic beasts. Even if it was a normal deterrence, that level of killing intent was enough to subdue him. Furthermore, Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber was meant for him. For at least 3 breaths of time, the 10,000 demon sects' heaven immortal expert was unable to move. There was nothing in his mind. It was a complete blank. When he finally regained his ability to think, he was shocked to find that he was constantly rising. However, that was all he could think of. The only thing he could think of was that he finally understood that he had been beheaded. Yang Chen's figure arrived in the vicinity almost at the same time when the beheading immortal blade cut off the head of the master of the 1,000 demon sect. He reached out and grabbed the mountain gate cave that had not been completely recovered and stuffed it into the big mouth of Xiao Tian. Then he reached out again and the immortal beheading blade fell into his hand and also entered Xiao Tian's big mouth. Gao Yu and others in the Dragon Palace were stunned to see all this, as if they knew their husband for the first time. The beautiful eyes of Lady Fanghua and her nieces flashed. Such an awe-inspiring lover was the image in their minds of a ruthless killer with an iron heart. Immediately after, Gong Sunling suddenly reacted and rushed out of the Dragon Palace without saying anything. She opened up the Mountain River geographical map and quickly covered a radius of 10,000 miles. All the demonic beasts that were shocked by Yang Chen in this area were collected into the Mountain River geographical map. Although the demonic beasts did not have intelligence, they could barely be considered as half-cultivators. The more Mountain River geographical map they collected, the more powerful they would be. Even if they remained crazy and could not wake up, Gong Sunling could still kill these demonic beasts and refine them into a medium-sized spirit vein. Unfortunately, the Xian immortal-level demonic beasts still could not take the initiative to collect them. However, Gong Sunling did not feel that it was a pity. Aolan, who had woken up, found that Yang Chen had already solved the biggest problem for her. She was a little angry out of humiliation. Nearly 1,000 Xian immortal demonic beasts had become the target of Aolan's anger. Yang Chen had already withdrawn the beheading immortal blade and killing intent. Those demonic beasts also woke up very quickly. However, their waking up was only to return to their previous crazy state. Facing the raging Aolan, they directly rushed up. Gong Sunling was practically smiling as she stood beside her husband. Then, she waited for the demonic beast corpse to fall and collect it. In less than 10 minutes, over 1,000 Xian immortal demonic beast corpses had entered the Mountain River geographical map. Xiao Tian also very tactfully offered up the mountain gate cave of 10,000 demon sect. Gong Sunling quickly imprinted her own spiritual imprint on it. Then, she released all the human immortal-level disciples of 10,000 demon sect from the Mountain River geographical map. The number of human immortal-level disciples of 10,000 demon sect far exceeded that of 3 River Alliance and Holocaust sect. It was almost as many as the 2 sects combined. This time, the Mountain River geographical map had nearly 1,000,000 new soldiers. The refining speed was as fast as lightning. In a short while, those crazy Xian immortal demonic beasts were all killed by Aolan. Aolan also woke up from her rage. Under Yang Chen's invitation, she once again returned to the Dragon Palace. What was that just now? Aolan personally experienced that kind of terrifying killing intent. In that instant, the fear that came from the depths of her soul made Aolan a little unable to see through this little brother that she had just recognized. She did not doubt that if Yang Chen really wanted to make a move, she might also die under the immortal beheading saber. What was the mystery behind Yang Chen's magic treasure? Aolan could not help but be afraid. Yang Chen had killed tens of thousands of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals on the immortal beheading platform. Later on, those big shots that he had killed were all people who surpassed the 10,000 Tribulation True Immortal. Especially the 3 pure Taoist ancestors and the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. Not to mention that Aolan was only a peak Golden Immortal, even if she had truly become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. So what? When it was time to be afraid, one still had to be afraid. At first, Yang Chen was also frightened. However, he was not frightened by the killing intent, but by the power of the killing intent. Previously, when he released the killing intent, it did not seem to have such power. Why was it so terrifying this time? Now, Yang Chen finally understood a little. It should be that the one releasing the killing intent was different, so the power was different. Originally, Yang Chen released it directly from his sea of consciousness. Now, it was the immortal beheading saber that released it. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. No matter how powerful the killing intent released by a person was, there was a kind of active control. However, the immortal beheading saber was different. It was a murderous weapon in itself. It had killed tens of millions of living beings. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was infamous. It was a murderous saber in itself. The perfect combination of the killing intent released by the murderous weapon almost expanded the killing intent of the immortal beheading saber to the limit. Then, there was the second primordial spirit. However, the second primordial spirit had already become the weapon spirit of the immortal beheading saber. A murderous weapon with spiritual intelligence could bring out the nature of a murderous weapon. It seemed like this step of his was simply a stroke of genius. Chapter 1982. This Little Brother's Life Flying Sword. Yang Chen still had to answer Aolan's question. As he thought about his own matters, Yang Chen casually spoke. What's with the killing intent? Aolan had never seen Yang Chen use the immortal slaying saber at full power. In the past, she had only seen Yang Chen use the immortal slaying saber to chop people or use that black hoop to smash people. She had never seen the immortal slaying saber display its might. Something that could stun her, a peak golden immortal, for a moment was definitely not simple. This little brother was born an executioner in the mundane world. Yang Chen smiled as he replied, "This saber originally had a soaring scarlet flame. This little brother used it to kill tens of millions of underground spirit beasts. Then, it merged with at least 4 of the magic treasures of the demonic Tao's bloodthirsty senior. After that, it merged with this little brother's second primordial spirit as the item spirit. When the killing intent is released, ordinary cultivators would not even be able to handle half of it. Big sister, you were only stunned for a moment. This is already the strongest expert that this little brother has ever seen." The latter part of Xiao Chen's words were clearly praising Aolan, trying to make her feel better. The earlier parts were half-truths and half-lies, which could also be considered answers. Of course, they could not be said to be lies. They were just hiding things. If Aolan really knew a lot of things, then she would be able to make many connections based on the earlier part about Yang Chen being an executioner. This could be seen from the upper echelon of the profound Heaven Gate. They even guessed that Yang Chen was the executioner in charge of the immortal slaying platform. If Aolan could not guess it herself, Yang Chen would not have taken the initiative to reveal his origins. There were some things, especially his own background, that Xiao Chen could not let others know in too much detail. It looks like when you asked about slaying the dragon back then, you were not just asking. Aolan sighed as she recalled the question Yang Chen asked her in the past. With such a powerful killing weapon by his side, the matter of slaying the dragon was not a lie. Instead, Yang Chen really did have the strength to do so. Aolan had just finished sighing when she suddenly thought of a possibility. She goggled and asked, "You were born an executioner?" "Yes." Yang Chen nodded with a smile. Based on Aolan's reaction, she must have guessed something. In that case, when you were in the mortal world, did you encounter any scarlet clouds in the sky? Aolan asked anxiously as she stared at Yang Chen. Yes. Yang Chen was still smiling as he replied with certainty. Not only that, I also had a very long dream. See. This time, Aolan sucked in a breath of cold air. Although she did not see the merit ring, it was enough for her to know Yang Chen's true background. Naturally, the treasures that Yang Chen obtained had a source. They must have been given to Yang Chen by a Dragon King-level senior in the Heavenly Court. Otherwise, even she, a true descendant of the dragon race, would not have been so coincidentally found by Yang Chen. After that, Aolan immediately saw the merit ring on Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen had purposely shown it to her. Since she already guessed Yang Chen's background, there was no need for Yang Chen to hide anything. Speaking of which, Aolan was probably the only one who could guess Yang Chen's background based on the fact that he was an executioner. Even the upper echelon of the profound Heaven Gate only dared to be sure after seeing the merit ring. They were clearly not as knowledgeable as Aolan. That's not right. There should be one more person. He did not even know if Yang Chen was an executioner before he was certain that Yang Chen came from the Immortal killing platform. That person was Big Brother Li Cheng. Back then, he was nearly certain of this when they met. He just did not say it out loud. Later, when Yang Chen asked him about refining the entrance to the Immortal killing platform, he did not appear surprised. Clearly, he already knew about it. After hearing Yang Chen's confirmation, Aolan also turned silent. It seemed like she did not know what to say. Aolan also had to carefully digest the contents before she could decide what to say. The girls also found it strange that Aolan asked Yang Chen this question. They had all experienced the scarlet dusk in the mortal world before. However, they did not know what happened during that period of time. Based on the looks of it, it seemed like her husband had a fortuitous encounter at that time. Everyone became curious. After thinking for a while, Aolan was about to speak when she suddenly saw many pairs of eyes staring at her. They were Yang Chen's wives, maids, and the others. This time, Aolan was unable to say what she wanted to say. She clearly paused and sucked in a deep breath. All the girls were intelligent people. How could they not tell that Aolan had something to say that she did not want everyone to know? Immediately, they all tactfully left, leaving the space for Yang Chen and Aolan. Aolai originally wanted to stay and listen to what Aolan had to say. However, Gao Yu dragged her away. This angered Aolai so much that he muttered, "What is it that you cannot let others know?" After a long time, Aolan raised her head and asked somewhat nervously, "Who is the senior who gave you the treasure trove?" Even Aolan herself didn't know why she felt nervous when facing Yang Chen. To be honest, this kind of emotion had not appeared in Aolan for a long time. It had been so long that Aolan couldn't remember the last time she felt nervous. Actually, Aolan had already asked this very tactfully. As long as one was not an executioner, one could only be left with one identity, a prisoner awaiting execution. By asking like this, Aolan was probably giving Yang Chen some face and not letting Yang Chen feel enmity. After all, directly asking who you killed could easily lead others astray. Ao Guang. Only Yang Chen and Aolan were present. Yang Chen did not hide anything, directly revealing the Eastern Sea Dragon King's name. Some secrets were kept in his heart. Yang Chen also felt uncomfortable. Now, he could finally reveal some to someone who understood. Even if it was just an insignificant portion, it was sufficient for Yang Chen to release some of his pent-up frustrations. Who? When Aolan heard this well-known name of the dragon race, she heaved a sigh of relief. She revealed an indescribable expression and finally said indifferently, "I just knew it was him." "Big sister knows the Dragon King?" Yang Chen asked out of curiosity. Even though Shao Chen killed the Eastern Sea Dragon King, he did not have any grudges with the Dragon King. Aolan probably understood this, and would not vent her anger on him for killing the Dragon King. Looking at Aolan, she seemed to be related to Ao Guang. Aolan was also a member of the royal clan. She should be a descendant of Ao Guang. He is my ancestor, Aolan explained to Yang Chen after a while. This was within Yang Chen's expectations. After explaining their relationship, Aolan continued, only he would know where these things are. Only he would be captured by those cultivators. After so many years, he did not improve at all. He still only knows how to refine treasures and not how to fight. He serves him right. Chapter 1983. The immortals that Yang Chen killed on the immortal killing platform all had a special characteristic. Their combat prowess was not at the peak. The famous ones who could fight, Lu Dongbin, Neza, Yang Jian, and so on, were all not around. It was practically impossible to capture experts of that level alive. It was even a mystery whether they managed to keep them alive or not. The dragon race experts were even more valiant. The dragon race was a strong fighting race. They were born experts that surpassed human fiend cultivators. It was very surprising that the Eastern Sea Dragon King was captured. With Aolan's explanation, Yang Chen understood why the Eastern Sea Dragon King was captured alive. It turned out that the Eastern Sea Dragon King was so engrossed in refining that he neglected fighting. Now that Xiao Chun explained it, it made sense. Although he wanted to know more about the dragon race's secrets, Yang Chen suddenly did not know what to say. Xiao Chun had killed the Eastern Sea Dragon King's ancestor with one saber strike. Although there was no personal grudge, this was clearly not a good time to say this. After holding it in for a long time, Yang Chen could only say something that was said too many times. Big sister, please restrain your grief and go with the flow. It was clear that Aolan had become somewhat agitated when she spoke. It was best not to agitate her at this moment. It's fine. I just lost my composure after knowing the exact news. Aolan truly lived up to her reputation as an expert. She quickly calmed down and calmed her emotions. Then, she turned to look at Yang Chen and carefully sized him up before saying, for him to be willing to give you the thing, it looks like he has high hopes for you. He did not say anything superfluous, Yang Chen said calmly as he thought about his meeting with the Eastern Sea Dragon King. That's normal. You are not of the dragon race. What else can he say? Aolan did not know what kind of feelings she had for Ao Guang, but her words had a sense of understanding. However, since he gave it to you, he definitely hopes that you can bring it to greater height. Of course, you are also his last hope. If he misses you, he probably will not get another chance. He had no choice but to do so. After Aolan said all this, she seemed to vent some of her emotions. She just minded her own business and picked up a jar of jade dragon wine. Then, she drained it in one go and returned to being the big sister Aolan of the past. All right, let's not talk about him. Aolan's eyes no longer showed any confusion or reminiscence. They turned clear. I cannot give you any help. The dragon race's methods are not suitable for you. Perhaps this is why he gave you these treasures. Just do your best to use your own methods. Yang Chen understood what Aolan meant. According to Aolan, be it the Mountain River geographical map or the Golden Bell, they were all incomplete products. The water-fire dragon horns were just materials. Only the profound heavenly dark sea shuttle and the 5-element rope hook could barely be considered complete product. Perhaps it was because completely following the Dragon Clan's method would not be able to reach the pinnacle, which was why it had been preserved and not refined further. If Yang Chen didn't use the Dragon Clan's method at all, he might be able to break through. Furthermore, if you run into the dragon race that makes a move against you, leave them alive if you can. Aolan added, if you really can't, kill them if you need to. This was an even clearer answer to the earlier topic of slaying dragons. All right, big sister. Yang Chen promised and didn't say anything more. He raised his hands and clapped. Yang Chen clapped his hands twice, and the women listened to the sound and gathered around. No one asked what Yang Qin and Aolan had said. Even Sun Qingxue, who was the most curious, did not say anything. Aolai was like a well-behaved baby. He closed his mouth tightly and did not make a sound. "We should go," Yang Qin said to the girls. "Now that we have obtained the items, let's go home." The Scarlet Blood Sect, the 10,000 Fiends Sect, and the Tri-River Alliance's cave residences were all in Yang Qin's hands. It could be said that the greatest benefits of the operation to eliminate the Tri-River Alliance were already in Yang Qin's hands. Yang Qin swallowed all the disciples, treasures, inheritances, and all sorts of resources of the three great sects. The various great sects only obtained some territories, spirit veins, and mineral resources. At most, they killed some opponents and obtained some spoils of war. All the remaining benefits belonged to Yang Qin. Not long ago, when Yang Qin's killing intent burst out, many cultivators must have sensed it. Very soon, countless cultivators would come over to investigate. That kind of crazy killing intent burst out. Who knew if it was the birth of an exceptional divine weapon? When faced with such a good thing, who would not covet it? Who would not go crazy? As for whether it was a cultivator who suddenly burst out, that was simply impossible. With such a strong killing intent, he must have killed a lot of living beings. Normally, he was a demonic cultivator whose hands were stained with blood. However, did such a cultivator exist in reality? With such a strong killing intent, his name should have spread far and wide. Who had heard of him? It had to be said that this was the result of Yang Qin's low-key behavior. Except for those around him who had seen him burst out with their own eyes and experienced it personally, no one would believe that this was something that a cultivator could do. Although this was a place ravaged by demon beasts, as long as there was something that tempted cultivators, many cultivators would definitely risk their lives to explore it. This was something that Yang Qin was well aware of, so it was inevitable that he would leave. The Five Elements Dragon Palace was now the mysterious Heaven Dark Sea Shuttle, and the mysterious Heaven Dark Sea Shuttle was the Five Elements Dragon Palace. When Yang Qin was talking to everyone, the Dragon Palace had already taken everyone underground and left this troublesome place. Husband, that expert from the Myriad Demon sect, still has a small cave abode. Gong Sunling had already collected everything in the surroundings into the Mountain River geographical map. She did not forget to keep the body of the expert from the Myriad Demon sect. Then, she found the cave abode on his body. There are about 1,000 Xian immortal demon beasts in there. Alive. Such a powerful guy. His strength was not at the top, but he had the ability to control demon beasts. This time, the Zhao family's defeat was not undeserved. If they could make use of such an expert earlier, they might be able to control more demon beasts. They might even be able to gather a demon beast army and advance and retreat in unison. Such a talent was actually used to guard the cave abode. It was really a waste of talent. The Myriad Demon sect was defeated by this kind of narrow-mindedness. This also gave Yang Qin and the others a solid lesson. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, a few sect against 20 sect, and he actually thought of holding back. It would be strange if he didn't lose. Of course, perhaps this guy had been hiding something. Now that he was dead, no one could tell what had happened. At least, it made everyone understand that when it was time to go all out, don't think about holding back. More than 1,000 living Xian immortal demon beasts made Gong Sunling a little worried. These crazy demon beasts had almost no intelligence. They were completely crazy. Staying in the Mountain River geographical map was a bit of a hindrance. Chapter 1984. These monsters were not the same as cultivators. They were different from the monsters that Gong Sunling collected not long ago and were frightened by Yang Qin's killing intent. They had no intelligence and relied on their instincts. They would not take the initiative to cultivate and would only destroy. It was not helpful to the Mountain River geographical map at all. Instead, it distracted Gong's Sunling to prevent them from attacking crazily and causing damage to the Mountain River geographical map. Fortunately, these monsters were trapped in the cave residence and had not been released into the Mountain River geographical map. For the time being, Gong's Sunling did not have to worry. However, there was such a group of time bombs inside which always made people restless. Similarly, the monsters that Gong's Sunling collected were frightened by Yang Chen were in the same situation. The only difference was that the cultivation of those monsters was relatively low. Gong's Sunling's Mountain River geographical map could easily suppress them. Keep them for everyone to practice. Yang Chen did not directly sentence those monsters to death. Although it was easy to kill them and could add a lot of spiritual veins to the Mountain River geographical map, it was a pity to die in vain. But it was a pity to die in vain. It just so happened that everyone wanted to practice. It was also a good idea to practice in the Mountain River geographical map. With nearly 1 million human immortal cultivators helping to refine the Mountain River geographical map, Gong Sunling's efficiency was now very high. The bodies of the monsters that were killed by Ao Lan began to be refined almost at the same time, instead of starting one by one like before. This also showed that Gong Sunling's control of the Mountain River geographical map was getting more and more handy. The medicine gardens that the Holocaust sect and the 10,000 Demons sect took great pains to collect all flew out of the Mountain Gate cave residence and gathered at the side of Hana Mengyu, a Zhu and a Bai. Just beside them, thousands of medicine gardens began to melt at the same time and integrated into the world they were in. It was estimated that Hana Mengyu and the others had never seen such a big scene in their lives. They were in a huge sea of medicine, but there were countless spaces around them collapsing and merging. Just looking at it made people feel fascinated and felt the magic of creation. Yang Chen had only brought the group tens of thousands of miles away from their original location when at least several thousand figures rushed towards them from all directions. Countless divine senses swept back and forth in the area. As a few experts collided with each other, invisible explosions rang out. There was still a killing intent that had yet to completely dissipate from the ground, and the cultivators in the area could still feel a chill run down their spines. And this was after the eruption of at least a few incense sticks. One could imagine the intensity of that burst of killing intent at that time. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that the entire ground in this area had been turned over and all the monsters had disappeared without a trace was enough to tell how powerful the magic treasure was when it appeared. It could be said that this area had been attacked by that magic treasure once, and everything had been reduced to dust. Only then would such a situation occur. Naturally, the magic treasure that had just appeared in the world was even more tempting. Now there was no trace of the magic treasure, but there was no aura in the surroundings, so the magic treasure was probably still there. The people who arrived did not kill each other. Instead, they split into a few directions and checked the area inch by inch. Regardless of whether it was in the sky or underground, digging 1 meter into the ground was not enough. They had to dig at least 10 kilometers. Some of the recovered demonic beasts tried to enter this area, but they were immediately chopped into pieces. At this moment, anything that dared to obstruct or interfere with their search for the magic treasure would be the first to be killed. Yang Chen and the others were already far away and did not know what happened. Even if they knew, they would just treat it as a joke. Right now, they had already obtained the greatest benefit. What they needed to do was to return to the sect quickly. After that, they would split the loot after Gong's Sunling slowly refined the cave. The benefits of the 3 super sect were sufficient to turn Yang Chen's family, Ao Lan, and Ao Lai from nothing to the wealthiest people in the spiritual realm. Ao Lan and Ao Lai did not reject Yang Chen's share of the benefit. Ao Lan had put in a lot of effort. At the very least, Ao Lan was the main reason why they could obtain the 3 caves. Only Ao Lai came for a stroll. He basically did not do anything and got all the credit. However, Yang Chen did not mind sharing some things with this fellow. In his heart, Ao Lai favored Yang Chen more. As it would still take some time to refine the cave, Ao Lan and Ao Lai naturally stayed with Yang Chen's family. This was exactly what Ao Lai wanted. In the end, Ao Lan felt very stifled staying in the Dragon Palace. All the way back to the Pure Yang Palace, Gong Sun Ling was refining the small medicine garden space and the corpses of the monsters along the way. When she almost rushed back, just after the Sunset Rock had not yet arrived at the Pure Yang Palace, all the small medicine gardens had been refined and integrated, and thousands of monster corpses had become large and small spiritual veins. At the moment when the last medicine garden space was refined, Gong Sun Ling's cultivation base quickly broke through the peak human immortal realm. Tribulation clouds started to gather in the sky. The human immortal heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Yang Chen and the rest were not surprised. They spread out and protected Gong Sunling in an area with a radius of 50 kilometers. They waited quietly for her to undergo the tribulation. No one doubted that Gong Sunling would not be able to undergo the tribulation. They just guarded against other cultivators. Since someone was undergoing the tribulation, there were many cultivators in Linyang River. Naturally, there were people who came to observe the ceremony. Some even had other intentions. However, when they saw that it was Yang Chen's family, no one dared to have any evil thoughts. If anyone had any designs on the young palace lord's wife in Chunyang Palace, it was not that they were tired of living. Instead, it was a family or even a sect member who was tired of living. Many cultivators sensed for a while. When they realized that it was just a human immortal tribulation, they gave up the idea of rushing over to observe the ceremony. Only some human immortal cultivators were interested in it. If they could feel it up close, it would be beneficial for them to undergo their own tribulations in the future. I'm afraid that these people are going to have a tragedy. Yang Chen sensed the human immortal cultivators gathering around him. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. Observing the heavenly tribulation is just to gain some experience. How can it be a tragedy? Ao Lan was just beside him. There was no need for Ao Lan to handle such a small scene. She was just chatting with Yang Chen. Yang Chen's words were a little outrageous. Ao Lan could not help but retort. Big sister. Yang Chen smiled bitterly. He pointed to the tribulation clouds in the sky and said, "Look at these tribulation clouds. How powerful will Ah Ling's tribulation be? You don't care about such a small scene. If those little guys who see Ah Ling's tribulation think that the future human immortal tribulation will be this powerful, will they still have the confidence to cultivate?" Ao Lan was a peak golden immortal. Naturally, she would not care about a mere human immortal tribulation. Hence, she did not pay attention to this subconsciously. When she heard what Yang Chen said, she looked up. Even though she was a peak golden immortal, she could not help but open her mouth wide. Chapter 1985. The tribulation cloud above Gong Suanling's head had already started to take shape. However, based on the appearance of the tribulation cloud, it already gave off the feeling of an earthly immortal tribulation. This was clearly a human immortal tribulation. How could it be like this? While Ao Lan was feeling bewildered, the heavenly tribulation had already descended. The densely packed tribulation clouds covered the entire sky, surrounding Gong Sunling in the middle, and smashing down. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, Ao Lan could tell that there were more than a few thousand of them. This was a human immortal tribulation? The spectating cultivators were all dumbfounded. Ao Lan could not believe her eyes. She had seen human immortal tribulations in the spiritual realm tens of thousands of times. However, none of them had been as thrilling as this. Ordinary human immortal tribulations would just smash down one by one. The cultivator who was undergoing the tribulation would resolve them one by one, and then it would be over. However, the heavenly tribulation before her eyes was like a violent storm. How many was this? Yang Chen was very careful to stare at the movement of Gong Sunling, as he was afraid that his spiritual senses would affect the heavenly tribulation. He only dared to watch with his eyes. Yang Chen had already expected the situation in front of him. There were already millions of cultivators in Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map. Her cultivation base was also like this because of the changes in the Mountain River geographical map, so she would definitely bear the extraordinary attack of the tribulation. Now, it all depended on whether Gong Sunling could endure this level of heavenly tribulation. Gong Sunling did not disappoint the crowd. She had a clear understanding of her own strength. She knew that she relied on her life treasure to have such a cultivation. Therefore, she did not avoid using her life treasure to resist the heavenly tribulation. Those who believed that relying on one's own strength to undergo the tribulation was the right way did not appear on her. The geographical map turned into a scroll that flew around Gong Sunling, absorbing all the descending heavenly tribulations into the scroll. The scroll kept flashing with light, and every time it flashed, a heavenly tribulation would explode. The entire scroll flickered with the light of the heavenly tribulation. At first, it only flickered once or twice. Later on, it simply connected, turning the scroll into a bright light source that emitted blazing light. Occasionally, a few heavenly tribulations would be ignored by the scroll and fall on Gong Sunling. Yang Chen knew that Gong Sunling was intentionally using the heavenly tribulation to temper herself, which was beneficial to Gong Sunling. From the beginning to the present, Gong Sunling did not show any panic. All the heaven's tribulations were taken by her in an orderly manner, either with herself or with the geographical map. She was always calm. Looking at this scene, Yang Chen was relieved and waited quietly. The entire process could barely be considered as observing the ceremony, but this ceremony had no practical significance at all. It did not provide any reference for one's own experience, and could only be viewed as a spectacle. Other than Gong Sunling, it was estimated that no one else's heaven's tribulation would be like this, even for Yang Chen. Yang Chen was looking forward to seeing what the geographical map would look like after being tempered by so many heaven's tribulations. With such a powerful heaven's tribulation, if used properly, it was estimated that it would be equivalent to millions of cultivators working together to refine for a year. Gong Sunling's heaven's tribulation, which could not be distinguished at all, lasted for a whole 6 hours. Gong Sunling was wrapped in the heaven's tribulation for a whole 6 hours. When the last heaven's tribulation fell, the tribulation clouds dissipated, and the blue sky was vast. It was as if nothing had happened. In the distance, Gong Sunling stood in the same place. The Mountain River geographical map that turned into a picture scroll also calmed down slowly from the flickering, no longer emitting light. It looked like an ordinary yellowed picture scroll, unremarkable. However, the gazes of the Yang clan, Ao Lan, and Ao Lai were all fixed on that unremarkable painting. It was as though it was the most beautiful painting in the world. How was it? Yang Chen was the first to run over. He did not say many words of congratulations and just asked directly. They were already an old couple, so there was no need for so many formalities. They only needed to ask in the most intimate manner. Husband. Even though her cultivation was now one realm higher than Yang Chen's, Gong Sunling still greeted Yang Chen like she did at the end of the ceremony. Then, she replied, I have refined the first cave abode. The power of heaven's tribulation was terrifying. It was 10,000 times stronger than the effect brought by ordinary cultivators. The 6 hours of densely packed heaven's tribulation had brought the effect of refining the geographical map to a higher level. Everyone who rushed overheard this sentence, and all of them had smiles on their faces. The secret that Gong Sunling mentioned was only the first one. However, everyone knew that it was the cave abode of the Three River Alliance. Before they left, they were just one step away. Now, the heaven's tribulation had helped Gong Sunling complete the final refinement. Under the gaze of Yang Chen and the rest, Gong Xuanling's cultivation began to increase again after she had just passed the heavens tribulation. She rapidly rose to grade 2 earthly immortal. Then, this rising momentum slowly stopped and finally stabilized. Let's go home first. Then, we will slowly divide the spoils. Yang Chen waved his hand and kept all the women in the Dragon Palace. They were about to reach Chunyang Palace. They had not been back for over 10 years. It was better to return to the sect first. After rushing back to the sect, Yang Chen naturally brought all the women to visit the elders. In the past 10 years, many things had happened in the spiritual realm. However, relatively speaking, Chunyang Palace had been far away from the center of the whirlpool. Basically, it was relatively stable. The sect was also developing steadily. In recent years, the biggest event in the spiritual realm was the joint destruction of the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect and the Thousand Goblins sect by the major sect. In the past, the major sect had targeted the Zhao family once. However, it was the first time that they had directly faced the super sect that was controlled by the Zhao family. The scale of the battle between the two sides was huge. It was not an exaggeration to call it a war. The war was the matter of the major sect. However, the aftermath of the war directly affected the entire spiritual realm. The remnants of the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect and the Thousand Goblins sect were wanted by the entire spiritual realm. When the war broke out, the disciples of the three sect who had not been able to return to the sect in time became pitiful victims. Faced with the entire spiritual realm's wanted list, the lucky ones hid in a corner and struggled to survive. The unlucky ones were either killed or captured. Then, they were sent to the major sect to claim credit. It took a full 10 years just to catch those who had escaped the net. Unfortunately, those who were caught were just some small fry. Most of the disciples of the three sect had disappeared without a trace. Needless to say, they must have been picked up by the Zhao family. In this regard, the major sect was mentally prepared. Fortunately, more than half of the peak strength of the three sect had been killed. The Zhao family was also greatly weakened. This was an indisputable fact. It could be said that the major sect returned with a great victory. However, including the major sect, no one took it lightly because of this. Everyone knew that the Zhao family would not give up so easily. The current period of peace was probably to settle the disciples of the three sect. When the matter was settled, it would be the day to settle the accounts with the major sect.